Hello, everyone. It's been a minute. We didn't get the Nogami pose, unfortunately, yet. Orange. This song is so good, bro. Standing 10 foot 20, the flower man. It's going good. Like the everydayly hope that powered the flower man would never cower off of its path. I forget the words. Flower man, with the sun in the sand, so he stands to watch the whole wide world from a can way up high in the sky with the sun in your eyes. Ain't it nice? The light forever for flowers. Okay, yeah, sorry, just had to do that. How are you guys doing? Splatoon time. I don't even know. I was just gonna like literally like play side order today and just like yap about stuff. Well, I don't know what 10 foot 20 means either. I think it just means like larger than life. I don't think it's like Asgore's height. I know that's like, I can't tell if people seriously think that or if that's the meme. But yeah. Nice to see you guys again. I still don't know what dungeons are. Yeah. Oh yeah. I haven't seen the Splatfest dialogue yet. It's literally, it's just gonna be alternating Deltarune and Splatoon. That's just what my brain has been. I think I'm team Speed. That's the one I would like to go with. I probably won't choose right now. What's your fighting style? Do you for speed, power, tactics? There's no wrong way to win a fight, but there is a right way. Okay, I'm not gonna read all this out loud. So are they not? I was wondering if they were gonna specifically like reference Raiders. It looks like they are not going to. Speed is strength, so true. Okay. That's just a normal Splatfest. Oh yeah, she was power for the Zelda one. Oh, that's okay. I like that they referenced that. Yeah, new Splatoon game in 19 days. Some normal levels are called dungeons. Well, they're dens. I thought they were called dens. I think the narrator, the things we thought were dungeons, where it's like a combat floor with the sub levels, those are dens. I'm pretty sure. You're fighting enemies until you get enough power eggs, then you drill into the ground, and then you fight harder enemies. Those are dens, I'm pretty sure. So I don't know if dungeons include dens, if dungeons are just the name of every level, because I thought the normal levels were called raids, but like technically then when they die in the den, it says raid failed, so I guess everything is a raid. The classification of levels is very confusing. But I mean, we'll figure it out. I don't know. Do. Who's doing these podcast sections when Deep Cut is stranded on the islands? I mean, I'm pretty sure everything in Raiders canonically just happens after everything in Splatoon 3. What do you think of the Deep Cut misadventures? They're kind of whatever. I mean, like, I don't know. I wasn't really expecting. I said, you know, in my video, like, it might just be gags. I wish they were a little funnier. I guess that's kind of where I'm at. They're like cute and they're simple and they're fine. I wish if it was just going to be gags, I wish the jokes were like funnier. Do I have like hacks turned on? I don't even know what I'm doing right now. No, okay, we'll just do no hacks. We'll just roll with that. Why not? But yeah, it's fine. The gameplay is just something for me to do today while we talk. So I'm whatever works here. Finally got around to playing OE this week, and it's unbelievable how much better in quality is compared to every other campaign. I am glad to hear people say that, so I know it's just not entirely my own bias. But yeah, I mean, I do believe that to be the case. There was rain lore, kind of, yeah. I mean, I guess that's something. Oh, they are still just wearing their normal outfits, aren't they? I mean, they're wearing their normal outfits in the, like, on the plane in the Raiders cutscene, so I don't know. It'll probably just be off screen, or maybe it'll probably be one of the comics. Maybe dungeons are the Octo expansion looking levels? Maybe. It seems weird to call those dungeons, though. Like, I don't know what Splatoon's definition of dungeon is. Because I don't know. It's such a vague term, like, across video games. I feel like dungeon can kind of mean whatever you want it to mean. Are gelatins better than salmonids? I mean, like, lore-wise, no. Gameplay-wise, sometimes. I don't know. I think the Raiders salmonids look better because they incorporated, like, the knockback mechanic from Side Order. Like, that's one thing that's kind of nice in Side Order to manage, like, the hordes is, like, bombs and stuff will actually knock enemies away. I don't think everything by default does that in Raiders, but we've seen that there's knockback as, like, an attribute that you can add to stuff. So, I like that that's there. Yeah, the new designs are cool, too. I'm glad there are, like, more enemy types, too. I mean, there being a couple more lessers is nice. I kind of like, there's the one that looks like an oversized octopod, because that was, like, one of the few things where I'm like, this is actually a new enemy introduced in Alterna that I actually enjoy and would say was underutilized. So seeing those return is actually pretty cool. And also, like, I mean, they talked about the big open areas. I guess I'm kind of surprised how little discussion I've seen about that. Like, that might be a really big deal. Is having, like, genuinely more, like, open-ended environments to explore. They kind of just glazed over that in the direct, but, like, that's kind of the most exciting news to me. Well, we probably haven't seen Moz because you don't have a bomb. You're not guaranteed to have a sub-weapon. That's also why they made it so you can just shoot a fly fish without throwing a bomb into the basket, because you're not always going to have a splat bomb on you. So I wouldn't be surprised if Moz just doesn't return. Do you think Raiders probably uses the Side Order engine? I mean, I assume Side Order uses the same engine as Splatoon 3, which Raiders very well might use. Like, the visuals are improved, but I feel like it wouldn't require a whole new engine. It might just be, you know, a case of they're taking advantage of the better hardware. But I imagine it would be easy enough to port over enemy designs. I mean, Splatoon 1 and 2... I think 1, 2, and 3 all use different engines. At least 1 and 2 definitely do. I'm pretty sure. Or is it... Actually, maybe it's 2 and 3. The Splatoon series has already gone through multiple engines, and they can copy-paste enemy designs easily enough, so I don't think that would be an indicator either way. Oh, we did see Moz? Okay, well then I have no idea. Maybe you just have to shoot it then. I honestly don't know if I want the Kings. Like, I don't know what place the Kings would have, because we have lessers and bosses normally, seasoned salmonids, which are like mini bosses, which is really cool, by the way. I mean, they're straight up like mini bosses. I feel like I didn't, they didn't totally like register in my mind when I was watching the direct, but thinking about it, it's like, oh, that's exactly what I wanted. Like, these are literally, you know, unique enemies that are stronger and tankier and have more unique attacks. Like, that's exactly what I wanted. So, very happy about seasoned salmonids. And then I forget where somewhere in like, I think in like the big man lore section, you can see there's mythic salmonids, which I think that includes, I think that would be the bosses probably, but then I think Goldie, like not the boss salmonids, but the actual like bosses. I'm not sure what those are, I guess. Actually, I kind of like, I didn't watch the treehouse. I just saw people post some screenshots and stuff from it. I'm kind of just trying to avoid too much extra footage at this point. I know the entire opening cutscene has been posted online because people got review copies. I still have not watched that, so I'm gonna try and just be blind to any story stuff from this point onward, pretty much. Yeah, boss. I feel like it's annoying that boss salmonids are called bosses because, like, you know, it kind of makes sense in Salmon Run, but in, you know, the typical sense of you think of a boss in a single player game, that's kind of not what they are. But yeah. Yeah, I mean, I think King Salmonids, I think the final boss of the game is almost definitely going to be some kind of like giant Leviathan fish thing. So it might be like a King Salmonid lore thing, or some other, like a mythic salmonid, whatever, but I don't know if the kings would just come back as is. Treehouse was not very spoilery. Yeah, I figured it wouldn't be, but I'm still just like, because to me at this point, like, level designs are spoilers. Like, I don't want to see much of the game because I really just want to be blind to it. We're less than 20 days away. I can wait. So, also, I heard they, like, just played really badly and it was, like, hard to watch. Not that that would, like, genuinely stop me from watching it if we were, like, far out from the game, but, like, I feel like I'm not missing out from what I've heard about it. Yeah, and I mean, so the direct, I'm happy to see that a lot of people's, like, I saw a bunch of people reacting to the direct saying, like, oh, okay, this, like, actually sold me on the game looks really interesting now. Frankly, I'm not really sure what what there was in there that made people feel that way, because that direct was, like, as far as I'm concerned, like 90% recap. Obviously I like went in, like, was like frame by frame analyzing the trailers, so I get that like a more casual audience wouldn't have picked up on a lot of that stuff already, but I mean, there wasn't a lot that we didn't already know. Like, even the different types of ink tanks, we like had noticed and kind of guessed that it was a case of, like, you know, we knew relic powers were limited to certain tanks. We didn't know gadgets were, so I mean, that was new information. We saw some new gadgets. But yeah, really it wasn't until like that last minute with the story tease that we actually got like significant new information, I feel like. Season Salmonids was even technically we saw that in the Nintendo Direct, the General Direct trailer. But yeah, explaining what those are a bit more was nice. So yeah, I mean, my three big takeaways are seasoned Salmonids, big explorable areas. Very curious to see like how big we're talking when it comes to those, and yeah, just the story stuff. So there's something with the light, obviously. I mean, that was the first story thing we ever saw about the game, was there's this weird flash of light that summons the tornado, and there's like that weird glowing door in the story teaser, and you see like a structure. I mean, as far back as the reveal trailer, I had like gone in and saw that there was that weird, you know, kind of like brick ruined structure surrounding the flash of light in the middle of the spiral, and that, yeah, that seems to be obviously plot relevant. I don't know what else to really glean from that, but it looks interesting. The trailer, the cutscenes look really good. But yeah, I think it's a giant golden egg. I mean, yeah, it was like a, was it an oval or was it like a circle shape on the door? Yeah, I mean, The annoying thing is I've seen people calling it Salmon Run in a positive and a negative way. People are like, oh, it's just reused assets. It's just an expanded game mode from Splatoon 3. And other people are like, oh, I love Salmon Run, and this is just Salmon Run the game. And like, I think both of those people are incorrect. I don't really think it is like, the enemies are salmonids. Like, I'm sure if you like Salmon Run, you'll probably like Raiders, especially the dens. But like, the gameplay loop is not Salmon Run. It's a different game. Like, I don't know. I feel like it's disingenuous or like short-sighted, I think, from both groups of people. I just think it's a different game. I mean, they redesigned the visual designs, but the gameplay of the enemies, you know, it is reused assets. Like, the assets refers to also just the programming, and the enemies, a lot of them do look basically identical in terms of like actual functionality. Yeah, my thing, I don't know if I want to play in hard mode. I feel like all the hardcore Splatoon people are like, oh yeah, I really want to play in hard mode, but like, if that just makes enemies like more tanky and they one-shot you, like, that just kind of sounds annoying to me, if I'm being completely honest. Like, I might prefer to actually play a normal mode. I'll see, I'll give it a try when the game comes out. I think I'll start out on hard mode. And if it's just not, like, you know, if it just seems kind of overbearing and annoying, then I might switch to normal. Yeah, like, it just kind of sounds more frustrating to me. At least, I mean, it's not like, you know, I'm definitely picturing it like side order, and it's obviously not going to be as frustrating as side order because you don't lose everything when you die, but, you know, still getting set back to like the beginning of a level would be annoying. I mean, there are lives, obviously, so it's not like you just get one shot and like that's it. Yeah, I mean, absolutely, by all means, if other people want to play it in hard mode, I understand that. I just... My problem with difficulty sliders is, like, that's not the kind of difficulty I care about. Like, I want, like, difficult platforming and, like, movement and stuff, and that's not something you can change just by tweaking a few stats. I don't know if, like, enemy damage and health is really the kind of difficulty I care about as much. Yeah, well, it's the Direct made it very clear it's not a roguelite, but then I think, like, was it like the IGN video? There was some, like, gaming journalist video that was like, it's actually kind of a roguelite. I didn't actually watch the video, so I don't know how they came to that conclusion, but, like, it doesn't seem like it is. It seems like it's only a roguelite if you're bad at the game and keep dying and upgrading your stuff after dying, but you can also just succeed and upgrade your stuff after succeeding. So, I don't know. Hello, Brickface. Yeah, I mean, the aesthetic of, like, the weapons and the outfits and everything is fantastic. Oh my god. Forgot how hard this floor is. These snipers stop spawning, dude. Yeah, this is the kind of, I hope Raiders is not this. This is the kind of side order gameplay that's like, this stuff is just like annoying. Like, I don't like these levels. That's what I'm worried about. The dens are just gonna be kind of like just annoying combat gauntlets. Like, I don't know, but by far my biggest worry for the game is still just like too much of a combat focus and not enough of like, because the levels look really good. The actual like point A to B levels or exploration stuff looks fantastic. I don't know how much I'm going to care about the dens. I mean, the combat looks way more fun. And there's also movement, like, I mean, that's why for sure I want to go with a speed build, because that horizontal splashdown looks awesome. Like, having that just like always at your disposal seems super, super fun. I like all the movement stuff is definitely what I'm like the most interested in. But you know, I want levels that actually take advantage of it, I guess. Love with the Stelios and the big wall. I mean, that looks cool. It like, Weirdly reminded me of like one of the Breath of the Wild labyrinths. That's probably like just, you know, surface level aesthetic. It looks like a maze, but I don't know. Something about that actually looked cool to me. I mean, I hope the dens have visual variety. That's another concern, is like the game overall seems to have really good visual variety, but I'm worried the dens are just going to be like, you know, if you go down every sub level, is it just going to be like 20 identical rooms? And are those like procedurally generated? Are they like predetermined layouts? Like I don't know. I wish the direct went into more detail about those, because I'm still just kind of confused. Like that's something I would actually like to know before launch, just because, you know, I just want to be able to like set expectations. Yeah, no, the song near the end. I know some people, Shiver said that song and got worried that it was like the Squid Sisters or Calamari Incantation. I feel like that's jumping the gun. I think music has been important to Splatoon in a lot of different ways. I don't think that song immediately means Calamari Incantation. I also assume it's the song Shiver is singing, which is definitely not, so I don't know. I don't really know what to make of that yet, besides the cutscenes look really incredible from just like an animation and fidelity standpoint. I mean, this might just be the best looking Splatoon game, like on a objective technical level. So that's very, very cool. Yeah, I know people compare it to Pikmin. I don't know enough about Pikmin to like understand the comparison, but I guess I could like, oh god. Why am I doing this with one life? Why did I decide to do that? Oh my god. Okay. Who made the Isopadre image? I made it. I made it myself. Please blow up. Thank you. Okay. Whew. Yeah, definitely. I need some deep cut backstory. I was hoping we'd get a little bit of that in the comics. There's so little like dialogue. It's like they say like 3 lines in each of them. You just can't really pack a lot of information in. But yeah, in the actual game, I'm really hoping. Well, okay, so people also noticed there's like a bond meter. I don't actually know where people saw that, if that was in the treehouse or whatever. But you can like increase your bond with Shiver, Fry, and Big Man, which that could be as simple as like, you know, when you use them in a mission, the meter goes up and they get stronger. Or it could be like you unlock like, you know, like social link conversations with them. I don't know how in-depth that will be. But it's interesting. And it would make sense to integrate it with some kind of storytelling or lore thing. The Doki meter, yeah. Yeah. I hope there's a little bit more to the hideout ship construction. That wasn't something, that's not like a ride or die feature for me, but like, I don't know. I was hoping it would be a little, I mean, getting the arcade machine is cool, but like every other unlockable thing you could see on the menu was just like training dummy or like very, very basic stuff. So I hope there's like at least one other interesting thing besides the arcade machine. I could definitely see the grillers being in the dens. I feel like they wouldn't have them in like the normal levels because it'd be really hard to like make the pathing for those like work and not be really unpredictable and weird. But in the dens, totally. Still, I mean, the hideout ship construction is arguably closer to apartments than the lockers. I don't know. Depends how you want to look at it. Yeah, the shark and the eels. I know there was debate about like whether or not Fry's eels are real or if they're made out of ink. The conclusion I saw a few people come to is like, you know, in Fry's boss fight, there are the masked eels which you shoot back at her, and then there are the fake eels that just like explode into ink. So like there are fake eels and real eels. So the real eels are not made out of ink and can swim in water, supposedly. Like I don't know. That seems like the most logical conclusion. See brick face. Are there actual living quarters? I think we've pretty much seen everything. I don't think there's... I guess it's kind of weird because in like the opening cutscene right before the character customization, you don't see deep cut, so it might be implied that they're like inside, but I feel like that's just like a weird Nintendo cutscene thing. I'm pretty sure we can only walk on the surface. Where's the tower? Okay. If I die before it releases, I will find a way to come back. I'm like, yeah, I'm definitely really, really excited. I'm like, I have like just enough concerns that I am like, I'm still a little trepidatious, but I feel like that's a good place to be, right? Is like, I'm all in on like hoping like the story. I mean, I have worries about the story, but I hope the story's good, and I'm excited for the parts of the game that look really good. I just have worries about other parts of the game, so I can go in with kind of hopefully a balanced mindset and just enjoy the game for what it is. But yeah, I mean, I'm obviously like sold on the game. It's just I don't know. I'm wondering how certain parts of it will turn out. Worried about length? I feel like the length will be okay. Because I think like what they've shown of the map, like the map is a spiral, obviously, right? The whole motif of the game is spirals. There's a tornado. We're making our way to the center of the Spiralite Islands. And they've really only shown the first kind of like, I mean, I guess technically we've seen up to like the ice area, which is like maybe the final area in the game, but it might be like a penultimate or like third to last area in the game if you consider that after that we would have to start going inward to the center of the spiral. Yeah, I mean, it just depends how many levels are actually on the world map, which it's hard to tell right now because like I'm sure more will get populated like after you beat the certain other ones, so it's like, I don't know. It's hard to say, but I feel like it'll be pretty good. Yeah, it is interesting that the story stuff had such a focus on Shiver. I'm sure. I mean, I'm sure Fry will matter too. I don't know. Maybe it's just like an early game cutscene has Shiver doing the dance, and then Fry does one later. Yeah, the challenge with the crates, I don't even know what was going on there. It looked a bit like a Matchmaster, but I think there was only one sculpture, so I don't know. I mean, I hope Big Man gets stuff too. I like that Big Man is the lore keeper, at least. That brings him up in my eyes. Yeah, the revisiting levels, that's also something I'm like wondering about, because it's like even in the I forget if I watched like a little bit of the treehouse, and I think I did hear them say like, oh yeah, you can like come back to this place and like, I don't think they said grind, but the implication was basically like you replay levels to like get stronger, and like I don't really know if that's good. Like in an end game scenario where it's like, okay, I beat the story and I just want to level up every single weapon and max out all my stats, like sure, but like would you be replaying a level multiple times just in a playthrough? That feels a little like, I don't know if I want to do that. I mean, maybe that's just kind of the type of gameplay loop they're going for, but like I'm not sure. After how repetitive Side Order felt, that's kind of a bit of a red flag for me, I guess. I mean, you do it on a harder difficulty, yeah, but like, I don't know. It depends how significant the harder variations actually are. I have seen the Gaster Pirate memes, yes. Well, that's, I mean, no, because Octo Canyon, like, you only played the level 1 time to beat the game. That's what I mean, is like, I wouldn't mind. I think the way Raiders is structured, something like an Octo Canyon 1000% actually sounds kind of fun, because there's tons of customization and variety in how you approach every level. So, like, I like the idea of replaying stuff with a better loadout. I just don't want to do that, like, you know, to get to the final boss. I don't want to have to do that several times with a tons of, like, you know. I want there to be variety, I guess, and I don't just want to be doing the same thing over and over, and I don't know how mandatory that will be. I mean, yeah, I mean, I think Raiders will definitely have more content than Side Order. I don't... Side Order showed to me that I don't like the gameplay loop of replaying the same level over and over, basically. So, I hope they have learned how to make it more fun. Opinions on the designs of the Spiralite Salmonids? I mean, they're cool. I've never been, like, a huge, like, Salmonid fan in terms of like my favorite character designs. They're not really up there for me, but I think they look cool. I don't know. I feel like I like them more than the normal Salmonids, but that might just because I mean they just look better. Like they just have better higher quality models because it's on Switch 2, so I feel like that's a big part of it. Sometimes there are 3 chest logos on the map? I mean, could that not just be the, like, Spiralite deposits? I think that might be those might be, like, the more open-ended exploration levels, where you have to find the different, like, treasures across the area. I don't think that would necessarily mean a replay. Whoa, okay. I just got killed by the ink rail thing, where you turn your camera and then the ink rail direction changes. Okay, awesome. Do you think there's going to be DLC for Raiders? Probably not. I feel like they would have, well, I guess they wouldn't have necessarily talked about that in the direct because they didn't talk about Donkey Kong Bonanza DLC, they didn't talk about Mario Kart DLC in those directs. I'm hoping the game doesn't need it. I mean, I'm hoping the game feels finished and content complete and it doesn't need updates. But yeah, I don't know, we'll see. Do you see the one where you collect a book at the end? No. Yeah, I mean, like, I'm okay with, like, a level of, like, grinding. Especially, I mean, if, like, the dens are... If there is, like, an endless mode, and you can literally just go until you die, and you just get EXP and get stronger and stronger, like... You know, that's fine. That could be fun. Like, don't get me wrong, I love the idea of a Splatoon game that does actually feel endless to play. Or at least has, like, you know, hours and hours of content. But I just have doubts that they can make it consistently fun for that long. And actually, like, you know, not just feel like you're doing the same thing over and over again. Because that's what Side Order was. I say while I'm playing Side Order, obviously, but... Yeah, finish the game and work on Splat 4. I think that's the ideal scenario. Want a level where you just keep riding on Big Man? And that's what we thought that one like challenge level was, but then they actually showed it in the direct and it's just like the boost, the speed gadget that just makes you boost, which, I mean, that still looks fun. Yeah, I don't know how much I want to take the file size into account. It is interesting. It's interesting that it's that big, but I feel like part of it could just be, you know, higher file sizes for like textures and models. I mean, I don't even know if that's the final file size. I guess, I don't know, have people checked that again since the review copies came out? I know people were saying that like a while ago, but I didn't know if that was like, you know, sometimes things get more optimized closer to release. Still an estimate? Okay. It's not review copy, it's previews? Oh, okay. Oh, right, right. Then how'd people get the entire first cutscene? Because you're right, it was a preview event where people were like invited. How'd the entire first cutscene... Was that a leak? I didn't think it was a leak. They're allowed to record? But I mean, it was, like, I saw it, like, from the, you know, the source. Like, it wasn't, like, a video of a screen. Some Nintendo account showed it? Oh, okay. Well, I think one of the fan Nintendo accounts reposted it. I don't know if an official one posted it. I have heard about the kiosk demos. I'm tempted to look for one of those, but like I feel like I'd rather just save it for, you know, maybe if I wasn't a YouTuber, I would go find one of those, but like I might as well just save it for the reaction. Not that that's like my top priority, like, you know, I mostly just want to play the game and have a good time, but yeah. Yeah, they have demos at like, I don't know what stores, maybe like a Walmart? I've seen people posting videos and stuff. Yeah, I genuinely am just like, I'm trying to like almost stay just in Deltarune brain rot mode. Oh my god. I just, okay, awesome. I'm just trying to stay in Deltarune brain so that I don't have to think about the fact that I'm waiting for Splatoon Raiders. And then the game will just come out and I'll be like, oh, okay, Splatoon time. Do you think this story will have a Shiver focus? I mean, I hope it has a focus on all of them. I hope it balances it out. I don't think... I don't know. I honestly feel like Shiver being the leader of Deep Cut is like... They referenced that in like 2 Splatfest. Like that was the only impact that had. I don't really know if it matters that much. Oh yeah, Rhythm Heaven. Forgot that came out. How do you like my Girona? Chapter 5 was good, yes. I left like a pinned comment on the video kind of giving my thoughts, but I was very much in the camp of like, you know, I was expecting bigger lore reveals than what we got. So like there was a little bit of disappointment. But the more time passes, the more I like Chapter 5. The characters have grown on me a lot. I mean, that was my main thing was like, the lore reveals were underwhelming and some of the flower characters just didn't really hit for me. I love Aqua. I like Seth, but I mostly just like Seth because of how they bounce off of Aqua. Yellow is funny, but Blue is like... I don't know how to feel about Blue. I feel like Blue is kind of just there. I like Blue more now than I did initially, but I still don't really, like, love him. And I straight up don't like Orange. I just think Orange is annoying and boring. Green is cool. Green is chill. Oh, I mean, yeah, the gameplay was awesome. I loved the 2D mechanic. Seth is my go. I mean, like, I don't know. I like Seth. I just feel like they didn't have, like... They're just, like, weirdly tropey. I guess that's my thing with the human characters, is, like... We already have Alphys and Birdly, who are, like, you know, nerd archetype characters, but they both feel, like, unique in their own ways and have, like, their own dynamics with other characters. And then Seth is kind of just, like, a nerd. And, like, that's sort of all they have going for them. Like, again, it's, like, it's the dynamic with Aqua that elevates them, I would say. But, like, on their own... I don't know. It's kind of interesting with the whole, you know, like, wanting to be a human thing and, like, being the only one to, like, actually research what humans are actually like. I don't know. Like, I get what they're going for with Seth. I just, I don't know. I was not moved by them that much. I wouldn't really compare it to chapter 3. I mean, in the sense that, like, yeah, it didn't move the plot forward that much, and it was a character-focused chapter. I mean, I like 5 way more than 3. I'll tell you that right now. But I've you know, repeatedly said I have lots of issues with 3. So there is a lot of crossover, yeah, between Splatoon and Deltarune. I mean, just generally, I think Nintendo fans like Deltarune because it's just, you know, I don't know, quirky characters, RPG, Japanese inspirations. I don't know exactly what the defining factor is, but yes, I like both of them very much. Oh, Famitsu posted stuff. Okay. Yeah, and Toby Fox is just basically just has an unofficial agreement with Nintendo Directs now, I guess. I mean, he just hangs out with Sakurai casually, so... Yeah, I mean, like, I don't know, the flower characters, like, they worked for what they needed to do. Like, the emotional kind of, you know, moment at the end, I think works really well. Flowery grew on me so much, and I know a lot of people have said this, it's like, you know, never done, like, a bigger 180 on a character before. I didn't, like, hate him from the start. My thing is I like hateable characters. So, like, I liked hating him, but then, like, it took me a second to liking him, if that makes sense. So I don't know, like, I feel like the first time I played through it, the ending, I didn't really, like, feel that bad for him or anything. I mean, like, I felt it a little bit, but, like, I almost feel like replaying and, like, rewatching other people play that scene, I feel more emotionally invested in it somehow, which is interesting. Your dad's my best friend. I mean, he's always funny. He's funny from the start, and that never changed. Yeah. I love the this Insane in the Rain collaborations too. Because I listened to that. Like, I don't know if you guys know the whole thing with that, but basically, Insane in the Rain made like a, you know, Field of Hopes and Dreams arrangement in 2018, which I listened to like a ton. Like, I loved that arrangement. And, I mean, he's worked on it with other stuff too, like, he did stuff for the 10th anniversary Undertale stream, but I guess Toby Fox was basically just like, hey, you know that arrangement you did of my song, can you just, like, do that, like, again, and I'll put it in the game? So that's kind of awesome. Oh my god. I'm gonna die. Yep. Hey guys, I think I found a glue. Oh, was it the same thing with the... How do you even pronounce that? Rakuchi? Rakuchi bus? Anyway, I didn't know that. That's cool, though. Oh, yeah, no, I love Rousey. I love Angry Rousey. I love Angry Rousey so much. Chapter 4 already made me like Rousey way more, but Chapter 5, like... Yeah, I loved... Rakuichi. Okay, got it. Signery. Yeah, their dynamic, Flowery and Rousey, is really, really good. Yeah, the Seeker boss is something I have a little bit mixed feelings on, because it's like, the battle itself and the character in isolation are fantastic. I don't know how fitting it is for, like, the Shadow Crystal questline. I kind of don't love how unserious it takes itself. Like, it works, but it's... I don't know. I don't like the dialogue leading up to it. I know that's had some discussion on Twitter. I'm not a fan of the, like, self-aware dialogue right before the boss. I think that's kind of lame, actually. But the fight itself and the music and the character and everything is incredible, so it kind of makes up for it. I mean, yeah, that's... I don't know, because I've been thinking about it, and it doesn't really... I don't know if it's worth thinking too hard about it, because the Shadow Crystals, like, were retconned into the game, right? Like, Jevil did not have a Shadow Crystal when Chapter 1 came out, and then Toby Fox added them, so, like... I don't know, the through line... It's just... It's weird for Sham to establish that the thematic through line is lost dreams, and then you think about it, and you're like... Okay, but that like only makes sense for Spamton though, because what lost dream did Jevil have? Like maybe you could say getting like banished and imprisoned, but like that's not what happened. He feels that he is more free than anyone else. His dream is not lost, and like I mean the knight maybe sure, or Chris or Eram or whoever you actually count as the secret boss. Gerson, like, is that Gerson's lost dream? Is it Alvin's lost dream? And also Spamton's probably isn't even Spamton's, it's probably Mettaton's lost dream from the Neo body. It's just weird. It's weird to establish that as the through line and then it doesn't actually make sense. Like, I don't know. Maybe I just need more analysis to come through and maybe I'll understand it. But I'm currently very, like, confused what the actual idea behind the Shadow Crystals is. Well, the crystals being given out never even made sense, though, because, like, sure, a crystal was probably given to Jevil, but Spamton found his. Like, based on what Sham tells us about Shadow Crystals and what Swatch tells us about the Neo body, it makes way more sense that the crystal just, you know, was formed in the Neo body because Mettaton gave up on the dream of their body, and Spamton, like, came across it because he was living in Queen's Mansion. Like... Why would the knight hide it in the Neo body if the knight wanted Spamton or whoever, Gaster, Fallen Star, whoever gives out the Shadow Crystals, why would they not just give it to Spamton? Why would they put it in the Neo body if it didn't just form in the Neo body? It is implied that Gerson and maybe Jevil were given them. I mean, definitely Gerson. I don't know. It's just inconsistent, and, like, it's fine that it's inconsistent, like, plot-wise, but thematically, it's weird that it's inconsistent. Thought it was the Lost Dreams of the Fountain Maker? I don't think that's ever specified. It just says, when a dream is gripped tightly and then broken off, these are the shards that remain. I believe that's the quote. It doesn't say anything about the Fountain Maker. Oh, there we go. Side up. Got the quote. Yeah. Could dreams being broken off also mean achieving them? I mean, that doesn't really... No, because then that isn't the next line from Sham failed dreams? I think, like, they're explicitly failed dreams, which also... I mean, that's the thing that bothers me with Mew Mew, is, like, what part of Mew Mew's dream was failed? She just kind of got what she wanted, no? Like, I mean, she had to, you know, say goodbye to the flowers, but, like... That she had the Shadow Crystal before that. She explicitly said she had it since she was in the Dark World. I mean, yeah, Spamton is just this weird enigma where he just is important to, like, every single aspect of the game for some reason. Including starting the entire weird route. She can only be herself in the Dark World? I mean, like... Yeah, but she doesn't seem to care about that. Like, if that was... That's what I mean about it not taking itself seriously, is like every other... There's some level of, like, tragedy to every other secret boss. I mean, even Gerson is, like, hope core, but, like, he's also dead, right? And, like, you immediately have the moment of Susie finding out that he's gone. So, like... Jevil, I mean, Jevil isn't exactly tragic, but he's, like, insane and, like, you know, a little off-putting. I just think Mew Mew just being like, haha, silly goofy cat girl. Like, it's not like there isn't depth there. Like, obviously there's the transgender allegory and, like, you know, there's emotional weight to it and you can read into the character. I just don't feel like it, you know, it's not thematically the same thing as the rest of the Shadow Crystal bosses. And it's also a reused boss. Like, it's a reused character. Like, obviously it's totally different than the Undertale version, but like, I don't know. Of all the characters that have a fight in both games, like Mew Mew, like, I don't know. I wouldn't have a problem with it if it wasn't the Shadow Crystal boss. I just think as the final Shadow Crystal boss, I think it's kind of weird. So say thank you for the Sidor series. As a broadcast student, I can't pay for Sidor. I really loved your playthrough. Oh, you're welcome. I'm happy to hear you enjoyed. Yeah, in the shop, I mean, I love the shop, and I love that part, but I don't know. They said the body had a crystal. Oh, okay. That's true. I mean, that could be it. Yeah, it's just, I wish that I wish that element of like tragedy or failure was like kind of explored more, I guess. I think that's ultimately how I feel. Is like you can read into it and there's the implication of like this tragedy and sadness, but we never actually see that. Whereas with all the other secret bosses we kind of do. So I just don't love the execution of it, I guess. I like the idea that it was like they were trying to possess the body in the light world and couldn't move, and that's why the crystal formed, but I still just wish she was more like visibly like I wish we got to see more of that, I guess. The tragedy is not getting more serious, boss. Yeah. And I'm like, I think I mostly won't care that much once we find out the actual conclusion to the quest, because like we're going to give Sham the last crystal and we're probably getting another boss, right? Like, I don't know if we're fighting Sham. We're doing something with the Pure Crystal, and I still have faith that that payoff will be, like, worth it and will be interesting. Why do you have so much HP? But yeah. It's the most comic relief. And again, I just don't like the dialogue. Like, okay, first of all, I already don't like Orange, right? Like, I'm sorry. Orange has, like, a couple funny moments. I think they're kind of annoying and, like, tropey. Like, I don't know. Okay, the weird thing about Orange is just, like, nothing with them gets, like, resolved. Like, they have this weird thing where it's, like, Ralsei is being, like, really passive-aggressive because he, like, doesn't know how to talk to people that have insecurities, which we, like, saw with Tenna. Like, that's a specific character flaw of Ralsei's. But it, like, doesn't really get, like, explored or developed at all. Like, Ralsei overall, I think, gets some really good development in this chapter. But with Orange, like, Orange is just a jerk to him, and he's a jerk back, and Susie is just, like, made uncomfortable by that, and then nothing happens. Like, I just think it's really weird that we, like, set up this dynamic of, like, I thought Susie's gonna be like, hey, Ralsei, you should, like, you know, not tease people who are insecure about things, like you're being an asshole, but like that just doesn't happen. And then Orange shows up in the Mew Mew room and I'm like, I just don't care, dude. I'm fine with chapter 5 overall being a lighthearted adventure, but the secret bosses have always been like the dark underside, or like the, you know, again, not Gerson as much, but it's like the whole rest of the quest has been like going out of your way to explore kind of like, I feel like the darker reaches and secrets of the Dark Worlds. So I think it being so lighthearted was weird. Well, I don't know. I kind of like, because the whole point of the flowers is that they're cut short. Like, I get the angle there of, like, you know, I mean, he had to balance writing 7 characters in a single chapter and also effectively killing them off at the end. Like, I feel like there's no way that wasn't going to feel a little rushed. Which is maybe just a criticism I have of the chapter in general, I guess, is like, the flower characters feel like they were there because it's an Undertale reference, and because it's an Undertale reference, you have to have 7 of them. Whereas Toby Fox himself, I believe on the 10th anniversary stream, said the way he writes characters is you decide their function in the story first, and then give them, like, motivations, and then give them traits. And, like, with the flowers, it's just a very clear, It's you're starting with, okay, I need 7 characters because it's an Undertale reference. So like I just think that shift in design philosophy creates, you know, a very immediately apparent kind of difference in how they're written and presented in the story. It's also just the character introductions. I think Toby Fox is like one of his greatest strengths out of all his writing is character introductions. You think of like when Queen comes on screen, Tenna's introduction, Flower's introduction, like he's just a master at like making a character immediately compelling and likable and interesting and like showing what they're all about without being predictable. I think that is like genuinely one of the best things he does in his stories. And Aqua, like Flowery has an amazing introduction. I think Aqua has a great introduction. Seth less so, but decent introduction. But then like Yellow and Blue and Orange just like show up, and kind of Green too, honestly. Like they just appear. They're just like on the screen and they're like, hi, I exist now. Like, I don't know, maybe it would have felt a little repetitive to kind of put a ton of emphasis on every single one of them, but like I think that's my issue, is like I didn't even like realize Yellow and Green were the Flower characters, which is maybe like sort of intentional. I don't know, like they just literally show up and they're not even like in a cutscene or anything. They're just kind of there and it's like, okay. I don't love that. I think it made them a lot more forgettable because they didn't have that moment of like, you know, I don't know. It's not a thing where I need like everything to be super like spelled out and obvious, but it's like at the same time, normally characters in Toby Fox games are like that. They come on the screen and they steal the whole show, and the Flower characters just don't do that. Dare I say Green is too kind? I like Green. I mean, with Green it feels like the, you know, them being just kind of simple is like, I guess my issue with like Blue and Yellow in comparison is they have a lot of dialogue and they just aren't super interesting. Like Yellow is funny. The Yellow trying to kill himself sequence is really funny. Which I'm sure for anyone who hasn't played Deltarune is a weird thing to hear out of context. But they just talk a lot. They just have it, like Blue especially, like basically their character gimmick is that they're really verbose, and that's why I'm mixed on Blue, because they start having really interesting things to say. I think Blue, like after the trial onwards, is really interesting because they start actually having like poignant things to say. But when Blue is just talking about like Yellow and the trial and stuff, it's like, I just don't care. I just kind of stop caring. Especially, okay, the way that scene plays out, where it's like, you know, you meet Blue, then you follow Blue and you collect all the evidence and everything, and then they're like sneaking past and Blue is like, actually, stay there, we're going to battle now. And then they start walking away and Blue is like, actually, I have one more thing to say to you. And then you go into the next room and Blue comes back and is like, hey, Susie, I have one more thing to say to you. It's like, I just think the pacing there was like, it almost felt like intentionally like annoying, like where they're like, we're not done yet, we're not done yet, we're not done yet, we're stretching out the sequence. Like that just, it dragged on a bit, and it felt like that was like the bit was that it was dragging on, but it didn't stop it from dragging on. I don't know, I don't really, there was a little too much there, in my opinion. Like I liked that sequence, but it was just a bit too much in my opinion. I mean, I wouldn't like pin that on Green. I don't know. Because all of them are like, I mean, one of my favorite, probably my favorite line from Blue is right before you get to the top of castle part. And he's like, you know, like, we're not your enemies, we're just competing, like, for Asgore's love, basically. I think that recontextualizes that scene in a really interesting way, and I think, I don't know, like Green doesn't bother me there because it's like everyone just wants the best for their friends and for Asgore. And, you know, it's almost more of like a rivalry or like a, I mean, that's what makes Flowery such a compelling antagonist, is like, you know, he has a good argument. Like it's a, you know, battle of like philosophies and, you know, like the two sides, but it's not like good versus evil. There we go. Yeah, I don't know, I wouldn't call them a detriment. Yeah, okay, so also the traits, like I'm pretty sure I've said this on stream before, but like the whole idea of the Undertale soul traits and the colors always being associated with traits, like, I just never cared, personally, because, like, it's literally revealed in Ball Game. It, like, the Snowden Golf minigame is, like, the only source of information for this, like, supposedly big lore drop about the personalities of the fallen humans. And I just, like, you know, it's the same thing as, like, an Agent 4 situation for me. Like, if... I think, like, headcanon and fan theories are fun, but personally, like, for me, most of the time, if a story doesn't focus on characters, or if it's not about those characters, I don't really care about those characters. Undertale barely tells you anything about the previous Fallen Humans, besides, you know, the first one. So I just never really cared. Like, I just, you know, that's just a whole side of, like, Undertale fandom stuff that I have no interest in. So, on one hand, also, maybe that's part of why the flower characters aren't immediately something that's very compelling to me. But also, like, he actually went ahead and finally confirmed that those traits are the soul traits. Maybe that was obvious to some people, maybe it was just such a fandom thing that he decided to roll with it, but yeah, like, they explicitly say, like, justice, integrity, they only say some of them, which is kind of funny. Those might be the only two, actually. I don't think they ever say patience or perseverance. They say bravery, obviously, for the fight. But yeah, and, like, but they also aren't really, like, the characters aren't actually designed around those traits, which is interesting. Like, probably yellow is the most obvious with justice, but then blue is, like, half the time they are, like, Mr. Integrity, and then the other half of the time the joke seems like that they don't have integrity, because there's, like, the hangout with green, where they, like, pretend to not be able to read the thing that says you owe me $2. Like, that's literally the opposite of integrity. So, like, I guess that's the joke? I don't know. I don't quite know what to make of that. Like, are they the traits or not? It's weird. I saw some people arguing that they're, like, all supposed to be, like, bad at the traits, but, like, I mean, yellow does embody justice. He's bad at being a cowboy, but, like, he believes in justice. So I don't know. I don't know. It doesn't feel fully intentional either way. Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't call them, like, Nothing Burger, because it's like they didn't need to be anything. Like, I'm not upset that the humans don't matter in Undertale. They aren't a part of the story. I don't know. It just, I guess I don't totally love that element of the chapter because it feels like it's plain fan service to something I was never a fan of. So, I mean, you know, that's just my own bias, but I don't know. That's not really my main issue with them, though. Like, it's more the writing thing. And again, mostly I like them. Mostly I have positive feelings on the chapter. I just, you know, that's kind of the main, my main issues were some of how the flower characters were handled and the secret boss. But, I mean, I love Flowery. Music is amazing. Flower Man is so good. The gameplay was so cool. The, like, spectacle. That's another thing. I forget if I've talked about this on stream. It's been something I've been, like, trying to articulate for a while with Deltarune, but, like, I feel like I talked about this. I don't know. I'm gonna talk about it anyway. For me, it's always been, like, Undertale it's very, very easy for me to immerse myself in Undertale's like world, in a way that it isn't always for Deltarune. And I think there's like two main reasons for that. One is because the setting of the game is underground, and you know, obviously the visuals leave a lot to the imagination. So it's like, okay, well, if the background is just completely black, that's still believable because we're in like a cave system, so there might just literally not be light there. I don't know, it's like a simple thing, but it's like it's just easy to believe that the parts of Waterfall that are literally just like a single tile path through a void of darkness are like, okay, yeah, we're in a swamp underground. But also the big thing is there are these occasional establishing shots in Undertale that I think do so much for the feeling of the scope of the world. Like where you find the toy knife in the ruins and you see like, oh, there's like, you know, rows and rows of these like castle towers and all these other buildings, all this other huge part of the ruins that we never get to explore. In Snowdin, you see literally just like mountains and hills covered in trees in the distance. There's that one little tiny house where you can see the guy walk out of in the background. There's the iconic shot in Waterfall of the castle on the floating island in the distance. In Hotland, you have the core. And then, you know, in New Home, you have the same thing with all of the castle towers. And then in Deltarune, it's just very inconsistent because, you know, it's hard to like comprehend the Dark World. No, absolutely, Hometown is super immersive and I love it. I mostly mean in the Dark Worlds. But the thing with the Dark World is like, it's mostly a chapter 1 thing. Because chapter 1, it's like what is the Dark World? What is beyond what we are not able to see? Because it's not a cave wall. Like, is the sky literally just black? Is it? I don't love the sections of Deltarune where it's literally just a path, with a fully black background. Because it's like, to me that just feels like, okay, I'm just playing a video game and this is just like a path. this is just the selection of tiles that Toby Fox put on the screen and there's nothing beyond that. I don't know. It's mostly a chapter 1 thing, but even things, you know, like the Scarlet Forest maze just being like literally just like a straight line up basically. Yeah, part of it is intentional for sure. It's playing into the kind of like surreal nature of them and everything, but like, but even then, like the cliffs, you get into the cliffs at the start of chapter 1 and you can see the cliffs in the background. To me, that's like just a lot more kind of compelling and surreal and interesting than just literally having nothing in the background. And the reason I say this though is because then in chapter 2, that totally gets flipped on its head. Because for me, chapter 2 is still the most immersive Dark World. First of all, because you drop into it and immediately you see an entire city in the background. The sky has like this cool vaporwave like grid effect on it. It just feels so lived in. There's so many NPCs. You have the whole Spamton backstory, which is still like the most in-depth like Darkner backstory that specifically is told in the context of the Dark World and not just like the Light World objects. Like Spamton knew the Addisons, he had these relationships with them, he worked with Tenna, like he knew Queen, he knew Swatch, like there's just all these other interactions with the characters in the world itself, and just the way it's presented, it just feels so much, it just feels like there's so much more than what you get to see. Which, you know, that's that's just what I love about video game world building and lore, obviously. I mean, that's what I love about Splatoon, is just the implication of all these things beyond what's actually there and present in the game. And it's another reason why I don't love chapter 3, because like, you know, it's a difficult thing to like. I don't think it's like an objective criticism. It's very much just like a taste and preference thing. But like, you know, just the fact that we barely go anywhere in chapter 3 and that most of the adventure just takes place in the boards, and then you finally do get into TV World and a lot of it is just kind of like walking through black backgrounds, or like the weird like TV snow section just feels so like out of place and disconnected from everything. Like, it's weird. Like, I love that area and I love a cold place. But or the cold place, whatever it is, cold place. But like, they feel so disconnected. It just doesn't feel, I don't know, the way like Cyberfield blended into the city, blended into Queen's Mansion just feels so much more like natural. And like, even like the acid lake underneath, like, I don't know, there's something about that I really, really love. And And yeah, it is kind of intentional with TV World, but like I don't know, it didn't work for me as much, I guess, is the main thing I can say about it. Is like I there's, it's not like bad, it just like, it's just an opinion thing. But yeah, the actual like explorable area of TV World, I just think is kind of underwhelming. And then chapter 4 is mostly really, really good. I still think chapter 4, like, the church I'm so back and forth on, because it looks like really beautiful, and obviously there's like lots of really important stuff that happens there, but it feels weirdly small. Like there's very few. I think chapter 4 has maybe the fewest like different NPCs of any chapter. And you know, like I get it. It's really focused on the prophecy and the main characters and the knight. Like I don't think it's bad. I just think in terms of like if I'm ranking how I feel about, not even like ranking, but just like, you know, comparing how I feel about this specific chapters, like something about the church, I don't know. I feel weird criticizing it because like I do really, really love the aesthetics of the Church Dark World, but it feels smaller. Something about it, like it's hard to imagine what is beyond the linear path that we go through in the video game. And then chapter 5 is a weird mix because the start of it is intentionally meant to look like chapter 1. It does look a lot better than chapter 1. There are some like flower backgrounds that kind of have more of an implication of like a world of out, you know, an outer kind of garden area beyond the playable space and everything. And then obviously the cliffs in the castle are like some of the most visually dense areas in the entire game. And they're beautiful, and I think they're awesome. So yeah, I don't know. That's just something I don't really see that specific aspect of the game expressed that often when people talk about the chapters, and it's something I feel like very strongly about. I feel like it very heavily influences my opinion of each of the chapters. So I don't know. I just think it's interesting to talk about. But yeah. Yeah, I'm like, again, I'm iffy on it with the church because it does still work and it does still feel intentional. But like for me, it doesn't hit the same. I don't know. It doesn't quite hit the same. It's still a really cool area of the game. It just nothing. I think it's a huge reason why chapter 2 remains my favorite chapter. It's just because no other chapter has quite managed to capture that vibe of just the whole world feeling so cohesive and connected, and it feeling like there was so much more beyond what you could actually see. I mean, for sure, with chapter 1, it was just like a budget and scope thing. But with chapter 2, you know, I still think chapter 2 is stronger in that aspect than chapter 5. So it's not just a budget thing. It's not just like a we hired 10 more artists thing. Like it is just an artistic vision thing, I guess. But yeah. I mean, again, like I don't know. I love all of Deltarune. Like there's lots of things I just like to talk about, and I think it's interesting to criticize, but like I do generally love basically every part of the game. Except for the Doom board and except for Orange and Green's fight. those are like my two like bottom parts of the game right now. I just really did not care for Orange at all. But yeah, I still do love most of what we get. Yeah, I mean, I do feel like with chapter 1, it was just more to like get the idea across. Like, you know, he wanted to be like, you leave the Dark World, you look at the floor, and you're like, wait a minute. Whereas like after it's kind of spelled out to you, I feel like they didn't have to be as explicit with like, you know, each part of the room is literally the layout of the Dark World. I do feel like chapter 1 also, I feel like the Forgotten Man kind of gives a buff to chapter 1's visuals because the idea of like going out of bounds like is easier to pull off when your game has very obvious bounds, I guess. I don't know. I feel like I'm less bothered by the Scarlet Forest than I used to be because of the Eggman. I still think Field of Hopes and Dreams is like It's weird again because like I think the writing, like I like Lancer and Susie. I like the writing of chapter 1 a lot, and Field of Hopes of Dreams is like an incredible song that I think really carries that section, but it just is the ugliest part of the game by far, I think. Or Card Castle. Card Castle is just funny to me because it's clearly trying to do the like the Super Paper Mario thing where it's like, oh, the dungeon is this like super minimalist, like, you know, dark area devoid of any detail or color, but it's like, but hold on, Toby, that's the entire game. that's all of chapter 1 looks like that, so that doesn't work. Like, I don't know. I don't get the vision with Card Castle. Got a charm though cause of said ugliness. It's weird because again with Undertale, it never bothers me in Undertale, the visuals of the game. Like I really love, I feel like I've said this before because this is an opinion I've had for a long time, but I especially actually really like, there's like 2 parts of the game where you're literally just walking like the only thing on the screen is Frisk and a solid color background. Like literally just 0 detail. You are just walking down a hallway that is a single color. And it's right after the Toriel fight and right before the Asgore fight. And I think in both cases, it actually has kind of an impact on your perception with the story. Because right after Toriel, no matter, you know, how you dealt with the encounter, there's this area where there's literally nothing else to think about. you are forced to think about the Toriel fight and Flowey because there is nothing else on the screen to think about. Like, and I genuinely think that is like, whether or not that was like an intentional artistic decision, I think it benefits the storytelling because you literally are just forced to walk down this hallway with no music playing, with no visuals to look at, and you just have to think about the thing that just happened. Like, maybe that's giving the game too much credit, but like I've genuinely always felt that way about those parts in Undertale. It is kind of a similar thing happens in Waterfall, I think, where there's like some really, I mean, parts of Waterfall look genuinely really beautiful, and I actually still think hold up visually. But there's other parts of Waterfall where it's literally like, you know, the part where you go across the raft and it's literally just you standing on a single tile surrounded by black background. I love those moments. I think minimalism, like, you know, is often a result of, you know, Toby Fox not being a visual artist and Undertale mostly being made by one person. But I do think it genuinely works in the game's favor very often. Whereas with Deltarune, partly because it's contrasted by the more detailed areas, I guess, but also, I don't know, I've never felt like it had that benefit of like kind of the silence and loneliness that Undertale has. Like, I feel like when an area looks minimal in Deltarune, the game is still trying to be like exciting and funny, so it just kind of feels bad. But yeah. Also, yeah, that side order floor is literally just like, it's just in the wrong campaign. It's literally like half of like an Alterna or Octo expansion level. I've always felt really weird about that one. It's like so linear and not combat focused. It's really weird. The quiet sadness of amateurish visuals, pretty much, yeah. If I had one critique for Deltarune, I wish it sort of knew when to not be funny sometimes and let the atmosphere play. I agree. I generally think Toby has that pretty nailed down. I feel like there were a couple of instances in Chapter 5. Of course, every example is now fleeing from my mind, but I think I agree. I think occasionally that is an issue. Yeah, Chapter 4 just knew to lock in. Yeah. I mean, I don't think... I know the whole irony discussion has been a thing. I said earlier, I don't like the dialogue right before the secret boss. For me, that's crossing a line. Also, the mics. Actually, I really don't like the mics, and that's why. I think Toby getting too self-aware is like actually not good. I don't really want the fandom to be referenced. I want, you know, I just want the game to be the game. I want it to be Toby's vision. I don't really want him to like I don't know. It's fun. Yeah, the freedom motif thing, like I don't know. That was one part of the mics I was kind of okay with. I'm like, okay, these are like the self-referential, ironic, you know, fandom characters. So using the freedom motif here, because that's a super heavily discussed community thing, was kind of funny. Like, I thought that was okay. But then using it again in chapter 5 is like what are we doing, man? Like, do you have a thematic through line with this, or is it just a joke now? Like, I don't know. Yeah, I mean, like, the dialogue right before the secret boss bothers me more than the mics, I think, honestly. The mics, like, it wasn't that they bothered me, I just didn't find them funny. Like, I'm like, this is just not for me. Like, I'm in the fandom, but I don't like this, really, because it's just a little too much. But, like, I understood the gag, and it was, like, fine, and I could just ignore it. But the secret boss thing is, like, that, you know, that's actively placing itself in the middle of one of the most compelling, you know, kind of side plots in the entire game, and it's just like, haha, we're about to fight a secret boss. It's like, I just think that sucks. I really don't like that. Title ominous as fuck. I thought it sounded a little too serious, but I figured with the thumbnail it would balance out, and you'd get what the vibe was. Yeah, I've also seen discussion about that. I don't like, I don't want to say I don't like Castletown like as a whole, but it's like I don't like my main thing I don't like is I don't like that the buildings move around. I think the characters moving around is like, you know, I get that kind of makes it feel more alive and like they're actual like people with their own agency, and they bounce around. And I think, you know, like Swatch going outside and the rules taking over the cafe, like I think that's funny and stuff. But like, yeah, in terms of like actually working as a hub world, I think the fact that like some functionality, basically all functionality is different between chapters. One chapter you get a sound test to listen to songs, then that's gone. One chapter you get dojo fights against all the characters in the chapter, then that's gone. You know, one chapter you get a climbing minigame, that's probably going to be gone. The mic minigames, even though the mics show up in chapter 5, sorry, you can only do the minigames in chapter 4. I think that's bad. Like, I just think that's bad game design straight up. I actually don't like that. No, freedom motif makes sense with Mew Mew, because, I mean, she's actually a secret boss. I'm talking about, the Newbert, Sphere and Trashy fight. Mew Mew is fine. That one's stupid. What was your favorite secret boss? If I'm being honest, it's still Spamton. Like, maybe not gameplay wise, but just the quest. I guess that's been my main disappointment with every secret boss since Spamton, is just the side quest to actually unlock the boss. Like, Spamton just, there's so many characters you can talk to, and it just feels so integrated into the world, and he gets a shop sprite, and like, there's just so much going on with it, and then like, just every secret boss since has just been like, I mean, Chapter 5 is cool gameplay-wise, but, like, it has nothing to do with the character outside of the shop part. I don't know. I think Castletown should change from chapter to chapter, but it should build upon itself. Like, I think the building should stay in the same area. You know, you should just get more songs for the music player. You should get more enemies to fight in the dojo. Like, I just think taking away stuff removes the feeling that you're building up this, you know, this community, this town throughout the game. Like, it's just weird to lose stuff as much as you gain stuff. But yeah. Sword Art, I mean, yeah. Sword Art is cool, but I don't really... It's hard to say how much that tells us about the knight as a character, or whatever ERAM slash friend slash Shadow Mantle holder is. Like, I like the quest having like a narrative kind of payoff, you know? I think Jevil, you find Jevil, Sham gives you lore about Jevil, you explore the world looking for keys, you talk to Malleus, who's like, this key has evil, you know, emanating from it. Like, that's a basic one, but then you get to Jevil, like, there's a story there, and you get some kind of conclusion based on if you fight or spare Jevil. Spamton, you get, like, so much backstory, so much, like, drama, I feel like, during the actual fight itself between Spamton and Chris, and then Susie coming in. The conclusion of it is really interesting. Then you can go back and talk to Swash, you can talk to the Addisons to get a bunch of extra backstory and lore. Like, there's just so much going on there. Like, compared to chapter 3, it's like, maybe we get some more info about, like, Chris, but you don't learn anything about the Shadow Mantle holder. You really don't learn anything new about the Knight. There's, you know, there's something there. I'm not saying there's like nothing, but like what I personally am looking for in the Shadow Crystal quest is I want to learn about the Shadow Crystal holder. Like, you know, I don't know. I feel like that's, and I think Gerson was, Gerson's pretty good because you have to do like the tea party and stuff. Like, you do get extra Gerson out of doing it, but also getting the two other golden piano melodies is really has nothing to do with his character at all. You're just exploring more of the dark world. It's not, yeah, no, I mean, I definitely would not call it a nothing burger. I just, what I want, the Sword Route tells you about the game, it tells you about Chris and Noelle, it you know, it's revealing and interesting, but it doesn't tell you anything about the person with the Shadow Crystal, and I wish it did, I guess, is, I mean, maybe people just disagree with that, but that's that's where I stand on the Shadow Crystal quest, is I want the Shadow Crystal quest to have to do with the people with the Shadow Crystals. I don't know. I think setting that precedent with Jevil and Spamton and then not following up on it is just kind of disappointing. I don't believe in the third route thing at all. I saw people gassing up that video and I watched it and I'm like, I don't find it compelling at all, if I'm being honest. I think it's just a little silly. The thing I've never got with the whole Twisted Sword, and everyone's like, oh, the secret third route is going to be like an aborted weird route. Why are we assuming we won't just be able to craft the Twisted Sword in the weird route? Like, I don't really... Like, to me, that just feels like the way more obvious conclusion. Like, I know the idea of removing the Thorn Ring from Noelle feels weird, but honestly, after chapter 5, I don't know if she needs it. So, like, I don't think the weird route is as predictable as anyone has ever thought it was. Like, I think at this point, it's entirely reasonable we just craft the Twisted Sword in the weird route. Like, I don't really know why we need a third route for that. Which route do you think is the canon one? I mean, I think they're all canon. I think they're canon if you do them. I mean, that's basically how it worked in Undertale, right? Is like, if the player slash Frisk chooses to do that, that becomes canon. I think it's pretty much the same thing with Deltarune. Like, if the player is in some level diegetic, even if it's just like we're controlling the soul and the soul decides to do it, then it happens. Like, I guess it's a little, we don't know if timelines are like actually canon. I know there's the weird differences with the save slots and everything. I don't know. I mean, it's supposedly there's one ending. I know people are very doubtful of that at this point. But like, I think ultimately somehow Weird Route is gonna wrap back around into like a similar ending, even if it like breaks the prophecy. I don't know. Well, the theory is that you have to abort the Chapter 2 Weird Route to get the Thorn Ring, but, like, what I'm saying is, what if Noelle just gives us back the Thorn Ring? Like, she has the Thorn Ring, she's going to be in our party, like, presumably if there is actually any more real RPG gameplay in the Weird Route, Noelle will be in our party, and thus we will have the Thorn Ring. Like, to me, that's just a much more logical conclusion. Like, instead of saying, oh, the forbidden path is actually, because I mean, I don't know, so I saw the Spooky Dude video. His reasoning was that the weird route isn't the forbidden route because Gaster is okay with it, but that's assuming that Gaster is the one who forbade it, which I don't think is the case. I think it's just forbidden because it's morally awful. I don't really feel like we have to argue about whether or not the weird route is forbidden. Like, obviously it's bad. Like, I don't know. I just feel like it's like way overthinking the wrong things, I guess. I mean, I don't have a full, like, prediction. I just think that's, like, the more logical, like, hate to pull out the Occam's razor, but, like, if there's a messed up evil route in the game and there's something telling us about a forbidden route, I feel like that's probably the same thing. I don't know. I feel like it's a crazy reach to say that's a third route. I don't know. Is there someone you forgot to ask? Well, because we did effectively ask Asgore. That was, or Asgore, Gaster. That was the whole point, is that you complete chapter 4 in the weird route and Gaster says good work the same way as the normal route. So Gaster doesn't care, but I don't think he's the one forbidding it. Gaster's pirate crew route, yeah. Yeah, I mean, if we didn't know where chapter 5 was going after chapter 4 and now we, like, chapter 5 didn't tell us anything, so we have no idea. We have no idea where anything is going, but I don't know. I mean, that's always been my problem with, like, voicing my opinions in the Deltarune sphere, is, like, the main things I have to say are, I don't think your theories are correct, but I don't have a better answer. So, like, yeah, I don't know what to tell you, but in that case, I definitely think third route is just, like, straight up not a thing, though. Like, I'm confident in turning that one down, because it just doesn't make sense. Why is Pirate Gaster the new meme? Because they got the cowboy. We got a cowboy, so there had to be something else. The hometown butcher is also a good one. The art of normal NPC is I've seen some pretty crazy ones. Dude, can you hit the bumper, please? Oh my god, dude. The Caster Mafia. I mean, okay, so I guess if we're on this topic, do you guys think normal NPC actually killed Onion-san? That was my first reaction. Like, you can watch the VOD, or VOD, whatever you want to call it, my playthrough. I put up my playthrough today. Literally, my first reaction was immediately, did you kill Onion-san? But, like, do we think that actually happened? Because I don't know if I'm convinced that that's actually, like, the literal implication of what happened there. It seems a little random, like, and very, like, unnecessarily dark for Onion-san. Yeah, definitely. He did? Okay. Animation of Goner Kid baiting Snowy into getting abducted. I've not seen that. Yeah, like, it has some meaning. I mean, there being, like, a Gaster follower convention at the festival, like, there's something weird going on there. Right? We got the Sans punch card moment directly next to, you know, an NPC talking about gold, which only appears in Undertale, directly next to a character saying fun, value, value, value. Like, like, it's something. I don't know what it is, but it's something. Onion-san would prevent weirder from happening, so Gaster had to slime him. I mean, like, it is an explanation for why Onion-san isn't in the lake in Weird Route, I guess, if that's actually something we needed. But I don't know, man. Whew. I mean, it's not even a goner. Like, okay. The reason I have beef with this theory also is because people were like already like, hey, this NPC is kind of weird. He has weird dialogue. Maybe that means he's a goner. But okay, the dialogue wasn't weird though. They specifically said like, oh, it was like degrading. Like he was losing his mind. He's like, wait. And it was the same stupid thing with Jockington, where people were like, oh, he talks stupider. That means he's a goner. That has never been a goner thing. The goners speak in perfect English in Undertale. Why is talking weird a goner thing? That theory never made sense, and I feel like everyone just accepted it as fact. It's like, oh, they're like freaking out and losing their minds and they can't speak anymore. That means there's a goner. That's not what goners do. That's not what goners do. It drove me insane. It was like no one ever like. I feel like no one ever called it out like the entire chapter 3 and 4 era, and I'm like, am I the only one who realizes that's not what goners are? It was driving me insane. Like I know it's a goner. I know they're literally a Gaster follower in Undertale, but like that specific reasoning just drove me insane. Also, yeah, I mean, Jockington was always normal. He's like a dumb jock. People are like, oh, that means he's a secret evil grayscale Gaster follower demon guy. No, dude, he's just stupid. He's literally just dumb. That's the joke. Like, oh my god. You don't think you've heard that? I wish I hadn't, bro. Like, Jockington Goner was like, the only thing that like I feel like gave it any legs is there's that weird ass like you find the first Jockington prophecy that's like, you know, Jockington grows the beard. It's like, oh haha, this is just like a funny joke one that doesn't matter. But then you find it a second time and there's like an organic who's like, you know, it's talking about like serpentine, like even when the clock ran back it continued to grow. Like there was some weird cryptic lore maybe stuff that for some reason was associated with Jockington. It didn't have to do with him being a goner, but there was something weird. So like that's the only reason I'll say there's like any validity to that. The hometown dialogue was not valid. That was literally he's a dumb jock and that is his character. But yeah. The shadow grows serpentine. Yeah, like what? I don't know, man. The snakes are cattails is a Temmie tweet, bro. Temmie tweets are not deepest lore. I'm sorry. It drives me insane when people do that. Temmie is not tweeting out cryptic lore hints. Temmie draws cats on Twitter. Like, it's not that deep. I'm sorry. That is not evidence. I refuse to accept a Temmie tweet as evidence that isn't even about Deltarune. We also don't even know that the tail is a cat tail, by the way. We don't know that the tail of hell is Friend's tail. That's fanon. So that's like there's a leap in logic and fake evidence there. I'm sorry. That's not a real theory. This is why I want to believe people. I want to be able to believe a single fan theory, but this is what we're working with. Yeah, like I'm scarier than Gaster. Oh, that means Temmie from hometown in the game is actually a goner Gaster follower. Yeah, like that's the same. Like, I don't know, man. I heard someone say they were in the crowd at the Holiday Manor. I don't know if that's true. I know there are some, like, if you actually look at the crowd, the silhouettes are actual NPCs. I'm not sure if Monster Teen and Snowy were there, though. I mean, I'm not even against the idea that the tail of hell is Friend's tail. I just think using that as evidence for another theory, like, you have to realize you're making a leap in logic there. Or, I mean, you're at least making an assumption. Does Gaster have a tail? I mean, he's like a devil, maybe. I know that that is a thing people have contemplated. I'm pretty sure I've seen fan art. They weren't in the crowd? Okay. Yeah, Tale of Hell and Gaster in Hell. That's like I don't know, like I get it. Like I see how people are playing this association game. I just feel like you have to acknowledge that it is an association game and not hard evidence. Gaster Imp Theory, yeah. I mean, I like the idea of Friend. I would like to get more about Friend. I don't think we're getting a Friend boss fight. I'm not sure. I was expecting some bigger lore drops from Chapter 5. I was not expecting a Friend boss fight, I'll tell you that. Which, to be fair, once you start playing Chapter 5 and they're hinting at Mew Mew by giving you cat hints, I don't blame some people for immediately reading that as Friend and not assuming that Mew Mew would be the boss, but I mean, pre-Chapter 5, I don't know why anyone thought there would be a Friend boss fight in Chapter 5, honestly. I don't think there's the Friend. Yeah, I don't know. It's like, I think of it more as like iconography than a character. Like, because the faces just appear. Because, you know, there's multiple of them in like the Shadow Mantle fight. So like, you know, it's almost like an everyman thing. Like I'm not sure exactly what convinced people that Friend is like so much more important than something like Everyman. That's just kind of this weird repeating Easter egg besides just it being creepy and like, I mean, more associated with like, I don't know. Because it's not really associated with anything important. Pink and Gold, it's associated with Secret Boss because of Pink and Gold and because it has appeared in the basement with Spamton, I guess. But like, yeah, I don't know. Yeah, yeah, I think of it as like something more abstract. Did think the cat would deal extra fire damage? Bombs are close enough, right? Sham is awesome, yes. People sleep on Sham. Oh yeah, I mean, I'm my current guess for the final, I'm guessing we're going to give the Shadow Crystals to Sham and then Sham will be a boss. That might not happen. But I mean, I love Sham. I don't need Sham to do that for Sham to be cool. I love Sham already. So yeah. Yeah, I think the Depths is also like just sort of a fanon thing. I just think it's less interesting to me. My problem with the Depths, or at least the Depths being like a physical, like the Depths as like a plane of reality, I think are interesting, but like also that's basically the same thing as just the darkness forming from wherever you stab the ground anyway. Like, I don't really know what function the Depths serve besides like, oh, it's the place where Gaster is and where the Godder Maker happens, which, like, sure, I that's fine. I don't really think that needs to be the case. It was a very Chapter 2 era concept, I feel like, where it's like Des is lost in the depths, or like that's how the night happened, because I don't know. I mean, there's always been this theory with like Des got like lost in a dark world and that like messed her up somehow, but like we have literally no evidence that that's a thing that happens. Besides the fact that you would just starve to death, I guess. Thoughts on Chris L. Knight theory? I'll be honest, I don't think it makes any sense at all. Oh god, Rudy Knight, don't even get me started, but I just, Chris L. Knight, there's so many assumptions. It's like you're assuming that time travel is going to be a part of the story. You're assuming that Weird Route is going to have like vital lore to the main story. I don't get it. I don't really see how it makes any sense. At least Azrael Knight got killed. I mean, I don't think Azrael Knight has ever had legs. I don't know what in Chapter 5 specifically would have killed it. The second I heard time loop, I was out. I mean, I don't like time loop theory, but it's not even like... It's like time travel alternate route theory. It's like way more complicated than it would need to be. It's just really weird. I don't know. If someone here likes Crystal Knight, feel free to like try and explain it to me, because currently I just like I don't see how you arrive at that conclusion at all. It feels just like an immediate like, oh, that would be cool. It literally feels like a Batat, you know, you think just because something looks cool that means it's right. Like that's the vibe I get. Time Traveler Neo Papyrus Knight. I don't know what's up with Papyrus, but I also don't really care. I don't know. I mean, Sans, I think it's crazy that, like, the punch card moment from Sans is nuts. Like, but it's also nuts because that's the only thing he does in the whole chapter, and it's like, if Sans is going to dimension hop, how is that going to be established in 2 chapters when he's not even, like, a plot-relevant character? I don't know what's going on there. I mean, I guess I get the only thing that's like compelling about it to me, which isn't even really a Crystal Knight thing exclusively, is the idea that you need like a monster soul and a human soul to cross the barrier, which is like obviously Undertale lore, but in this case would be like breaking out of bounds. I mean, to be clear, yeah, I'm still 100% Death Knight. I think, okay, the weird thing is the Black Shard. The fact that a black shard was found at the site of the original incident, which we pretty much everyone presumes is, you know, when Des disappeared. That is like the first actual counter evidence to Death Knight, but even then it's like not fully... For me, that doesn't take away all of the, you know, evidence for Death Knight. So, I don't know. Vessel? I don't think Vessel Knight makes any sense. I mean, I haven't really heard the argument for that, I guess, but like, I think the Vessel will matter at some point somehow, but I don't think... I don't know, I just don't see it like tangibly interacting with the world like that. Like, also I feel like we make it... I mean, that assumes there's like a huge time skip, right? Between when we make the Vessel, like... Going in just the sequential order of events as they're presented to us in the game, I assume we make the Vessel with Gaster, and then our soul is immediately put into Chris. And apparently the Knight has existed for like 7 years minimum because of whenever the death stuff happened. So, like, you're assuming that in that instant where the second voice comes in, which we don't even know is the second voice, and then we're put into Chris, that there's a 7-year time skip? Like, not impossible, I guess, but that feels like a leap. I mean, the Knight is someone. Like, when you talk to Gerson about the Knight in Chapter 4, Susie says explicitly, like, I guess they're a Lightner because they existed in the light world, so, like... And they made a fountain. Like, they're explicitly a Lightner. And there's the whole line about, you know, the Knight taking their helmet off. Like, I think it's 100% a character. I think the Knight is a character, for sure. That isn't just the Knight. Yeah, I mean, I'm on the team of, like, a voice in the code doesn't have to be happening in the present. So, like... I guess I get what you're saying, like, you don't want them to be the same thing. I don't know, that's fair. I just think it's more likely. I guess I'm way more compelled by Des being the Knight than Des being the voice in the code. I would be fine with the voice in the code not being Des. What do you think of the idea of Chris and Noelle being the two that Gaster... Wow, that was almost the stupidest way to die ever. I don't think that would be the case. I guess I don't have like a strong argument against it, other than like it sounds like he's talking to other. I don't know. I mean, that's just the Undertale fandom brain, I guess. But like the assumption has always just been that it was either like Sans and Alphys or Sans and Papyrus. I can't imagine why it would be Gaster talking to Chris and Noelle. I mean, the assumption is that Entry 17 happens before Deltarune takes place, right? So I don't know how that makes any sense. I would need a more of a cohesive theory to get me to that point, I guess. I mean, I think the vessel will be used in some like trippy meta Gaster sequence. I don't think the Gaster, I don't think the vessel's just gonna like show up in Hometown. So I don't know. I can't really see it having anything to do with the knight. There's also just so many things, right? There's the knight, there's Friend, there's the Shadow Mantle Holder, which is maybe a different thing than Friend or maybe not. There's like Gaster, like there's so many just evil guys. And then there's also just the actual like there's Carol, who's like an antagonistic character who's just a normal person probably. Like I think just adding like the vessel on top of that as like someone with their own agency is like, I just feel like we're doing too much at that point. I think the vessel will be some kind of like meta statement about like player customization and, you know, projecting yourself onto something, but I don't think it will like literally be its own thing. That just feels like there's too much going on. I don't necessarily believe that he fell into a dark world. But I think he was experimenting on dark worlds. I think the Undertale and Deltarune theories can be totally compatible. I think he could have discovered dark worlds and then fell into the core. I don't know why the core would shatter him across time and space, but the fact that he says, you know, darker yet darker photon readings negative, like dark worlds are explicitly said to overtake light. It is darkness that overpowers light. So photon readings negative. Like what else could that be talking about? It just feels like it's a Deltarune tease. Like I don't know how that couldn't be talking about a dark world. I don't think that necessarily means he fell into one, but I think he's definitely talking about dark worlds. I don't think the dark world shattered him across time and space. I just think that's a different thing that happened. I don't know. I mean, I can't answer why that would have happened to Gaster. Brain cell readings negative. Yeah, that's yeah. Deltarune Raiders, yeah. That's where Gaster will make his first on-screen appearance. I mean, I think it's like, I don't know. I like, we don't really know the like intense negative impact of a dark world. I mean, that's what Asgore was vague posting about, right? Is like the dark worlds do something. I mean, maybe it could just be a case that like someone opened a dark fountain, Asgore found out, and that's when something terrible happened in the dark world. But I feel like if we can get anything out of that monologue at the end of chapter 5, you know, he says like, I wanted to prove that it wasn't my fault. It was all because of this, the dark world. Like, I don't think someone just got stabbed in a dark world and then Asgore would be like, this is because of the dark world. No, he'd just be like, this is because of the person who stabbed them, right? Like, I think something happened probably to Des because of the dark world. So, like, yeah, there's some other element to them that we don't understand yet. That isn't just like, you know, escapist fantasy world. Like, there's something bad that they do. I think we can say that with some amount of confidence. The spring jellies look like the executioner octos. I mean, I guess just because it's a tall black tentacle. I never really questioned that those guys are tentacles when all the other enemies are fish. Huh. I mean, Asgore also specifically is mad at the knight, right? He specifically is targeting the person who made the fountain. He says he will parade their body around town. So, like, he saw something. Like, it wasn't just, like, Des popped out of a dark world and was dead or messed up or something. Like, he saw someone do something with the dark world. There was a bunch of Raiders discussion at the start. It's been Deltarune brain rot for a while. You gotta bear with me. It's the fresher thing in my mind right now. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. I'm alive. I'm alive. I'm not gonna be alive for long. Oh my god. Oh my goodness. Oh, okay. Yeah, the body word is interesting. I've not tried the Raiders demo, no. I probably won't. I'll probably save it for the YouTube playthrough. What were your thoughts on Chapter 5 as a whole? I did talk about it a bit earlier, but mostly positive now. I was a little mixed at first, but mostly positive. Yeah, there's like a kiosk demo that you can find at some stores. It's not like an online demo. You have to like find it physically. We already have Gaster, Pyre, and yeah, I don't know why Aqua is like in the Shelter gang now. I don't know why that's in all the fandom stuff. Imagine Asgore joins you for the battle against Gaster. I mean, I don't think we're going to battle against Gaster. I'm not expecting a Gaster boss fight. Something's gonna go down in the Shelter. I mean, we're gonna interact or fight with something. Gaster helping you fight Gaster. Why do I keep confusing Asgore and Gaster specifically? I think Asgore might fight us help the... Oh my god, I cannot put a sentence together. Asgore might help us fight the knight. He obviously did a very bad job of that in Chapter 5, but he was taken off guard. Maybe if he's ready, he can, you know... He would stand his ground a bit more. Aqua vaguely looks like Eram? I guess. I mean, I feel like she's just supposed to look more like Chris than anyone. I mean, I do like the idea of Aqua being a representation of young Chris. I don't think that ties her to the the Shelter people. Yeah, I mean, I like a lot of fandom content. I don't want to make it sound like I like hate everything that I see online. There's lots of really good channels that talk about the game, and like I like analysis over theories. If I had to recommend any fandom content, I would say like character analysis, or like things like Andrew Cunningham, where he just kind of goes through like the, you know, data points of the game to talk about it, rather than just kind of like making up fan fiction theories, which can be fun in their own right. I just think the way people draw conclusions is a little frustrating sometimes. But I don't know. You can also just play the game and not interact with the fandom and probably have a good time. So whatever you want. I don't think Susie would be the final fight. I think we will fight Susie at some point. I don't know if I see a Ralsei fight happening. So I'm literally just trying to catch up with chat. There's I'm not into the theories of like old Fun Gang or like Asgore and Rudy. I don't know. I just feel like people would know more about what was going on. I mean, if Asgore fought the Knight, I don't think he would be like investigating the case for like 7 years. I think he would be like, I know who that is. I don't know. I mean, he supposedly saw the Knight. I don't think they fought. I think they got cooked. What What do you think about the theory that the black shard Asgore has is from the Night creating a fountain, like the shard just chipped off? I think that's basically confirmed, is it not? I think that's what the documents in chapter 5 imply. I think that's just canon. Where do you think chapter 6 Dark World is going to be? My bet is on Holiday Manor currently. I could see Hospital though. What do you think about Chris simply being the Silent Knight? Or is that 7 Nights theory by Cammy? I mean, that's very disproven, I would say, at this point. The Knight is not a title from making a fountain. The Knight is just a character called the Knight. Chris is not the Knight because they make a fountain. That was established in chapter 3 and 4. Yeah. Yeah, there's no teases about where the next Dark World will be. My favorite bad theory was homophobic Toriel. Yeah, that one was just funny to make fun of. Versus Susie Reprise, yes, will be peak. Sorry. Yeah, Holiday Manor is just way bigger and has way more potential stuff. I mean, Chapter 6, I think, is going to be the Death's backstory reveal, finally. I think Shelter is 100% Chapter 7, because we still need 2 more codes. I think Holiday Manor just makes the most sense. I don't think the ending will just be sealing Castletown. To me, it doesn't feel like enough. Like, I think that could be a very poignant, emotional part of the story, but like I don't think that's the ending of the game. I can't imagine like that's what Toby dreamed up, you know, however many years ago. Like I just don't think it's. No, yeah, I mean that room matters. Like for sure, we're going to see the Castletown fountain. We very well might seal it. Especially with that being brought up as like a thing that we could do in chapter 5, like that it's being questioned whether it's right for them to keep Castletown. Like I absolutely think that's setting up for something. I don't think that's the grand reveal at the end of the game, to be honest. It's just way too predictable. And I just not that interesting. I don't know. It's like obviously that would still mean a lot for like Susie. Like it would be a big deal, but I don't think that's it. I don't think like that wouldn't stop the roaring. I mean, also, yeah, there's supposed to be a balance of light and dark. I think it's really weird that Ralsei hasn't acknowledged that there's a fountain in the shelter, though. Like, he's weirdly, like, dismissive in Chapter 4 of, like, Susie being like, dude, we, like, need to get into the shelter. He's like, no, it's fine, we'll get there when we get there. It's like, he's supposed to be able to sense dark fountains, so, like, that seems really weird. That he, like, doesn't care about that one. I mean, it's definitely not the final prophecy, yeah. It does kind of align with saying, obviously, you wouldn't let that happen, actually, but I still don't, I don't think that would be it. Susie, I mean, she brought up Undyne. I think, yeah, you're right, I don't think she explicitly brought up the shelter, but, like, he should know. He should know is my point. He should literally be able to sense it. I struggled with Spamton at first. I just didn't have good items for it. Also, some of the attacks are weird. I don't know. Everyone agrees Spamton is like the easiest, but I actually feel like on a first playthrough, some of the attacks are kind of tricky to figure out. The stupid phone hands attack, I still can't do that one. Maybe it's because he knows we aren't supposed to go there yet. Well, that's what I would have assumed pre-Chapter 5, but then there's that line, like, Ralsei didn't know about the Deaths incident. He didn't know that the Knight existed before the heroes. So, like, I feel like that's a big reveal. Like, I think Ralsei might literally not know about the shelter at all. Yep, been praying for Susie specifically. I had the least trouble with Jevil and the most trouble with Spamton. I do think Jevil is way overhyped. Like, it's tricky, especially if you have bad items. Jevil can be tricky, but like, I don't know, people, I still, to this day, like, people were saying Jevil was like as hard as Sans. I mean, what are you talking about? Like, that's not remotely the same level, in my opinion. I don't understand the theory Rousey was praying to the player. I don't agree with it, but I get the idea. I mean, a lot of people think the player is the angel. So like, he would be praying to the soul, like, diegetically, which, like, I don't think that's impossible, but I don't think it's correct either. So, I don't know. Mew Mew was harder than the night for me. Mew Mew is long. I mean, it wasn't as hard as the night for me, but Mew Mew is definitely... The bomb attack is kind of BS, and it's a really long fight, so... Jevil's harder if you use violence? I don't know if I've ever actually done that. I'm pretty sure I've only ever spared the secret bosses. He knows everything from chapter 1 to chapter 7, but that's what I'm saying. The reveal in chapter 5 is that he didn't know stuff before chapter 7, or before chapter 1, which would imply he might not know the consequences of those things later. Like, Rousey's knowledge has been brought into question. He does have limits to what he knows. I feel like that's important. And it's brought up specifically in reference to the creation of the Shelter Dark Fountain. Yeah, I don't know how I feel about... I still don't like... I just think the angel is multiple things. I don't know. I don't really see... Because there's way too much leaning on Noelle being the angel to just ignore that. But then there's also the very heavy-handed, like, angel doll literally falling on top of the soul in chapter 4, which is like, yeah. Like, I can't just ignore that either. My current belief is that it's just multiple things like it was in Undertale. The angel just applies to more than one thing. Okay, awesome. What flower items did you choose in chapter 4? I actually have not gone back yet and gotten all of the pink coins. I wanted to get the apron... Probably the apron, the glasses, and I kind of want the Aqua knife, even though it's outclassed by the Black Shard, because I just like Aqua, and I think having the knife from Undertale is cool. But I don't know, I might change my mind on that. What do you think of Pig being unserious? I went on a whole rant about that earlier. I don't love it. I think the fight in isolation is fantastic, but I don't really like it as the last Shadow Crystal boss. It's like, it's okay. I don't love it as the last Shadow Crystal boss. I think I don't know. Yellow. The yellow hat is good, right? I don't know. I know someone made a thing, like a post talking about the actual, like, gameplay function and, like, which ones are better, but I also kind of feel like I might just want to choose based on, you know, the characters I like, because... I don't care that much about being, like, fully optimal in my build in Deltarune. What'd you choose for the Splatfest? I haven't actually picked a team yet, but I'm thinking Team Speed. Seth specs give you +6 magic. Oh, I heard, so I mean, to me, increased IV frame sounds really good, but apparently that makes it bad for collecting TP. I don't know how much that actually matters if you're, like, not a speedrunner. But yeah. Those sound good. Heal on defend is really, really good, yeah, I feel like. So in my opinion, chapter 5 is a whole good standalone chapter for... See, I'm like a little iffy on that. I do agree it's like a weird tonal shift, because everyone was like, you know, chapter 4 felt like the shift from everything being goofy and silly to being more serious, and then chapter 5 is like, okay, but actually goofy for a little longer. But I think, like, in terms of, like, character development, it works. Like, I think Rousey I think it's important for Ralsei to have his chapter 4 scenes and then his chapter 5 scenes. I don't know. I think I do think it will, like, when we have the full scope of the game, the placement won't feel as weird, but I get that, like, I get that view. I slightly agree. Increased IV frames don't apply to the Orange Soul? I mean, that's one fight. I don't know. I wasn't really thinking about them for Flowery. I'm getting the items for the entire rest of the game. I didn't really mind the annoying dog being in the egg room, because it's like before the egg room. I could have done without that part, I guess. I don't really like care, but it didn't bother me. It just felt like another weird, like, out of bounds step to get to the Forgotten Man. You think Rudy literally fell, or is he fallen down? I think it's meant to be ambiguous. Apparently in the Japanese version, which I don't really like having to rely on the Japanese version, because I'm like, surely if the game is in English, we should just be looking at the English script. But apparently there it does imply he just literally fell off the ladder. So, I mean, it's kind of hard to ignore that, I guess. But I think either could happen. Yeah, I mean, the Chapter 2 egg room also has an annoying dog room before the egg room, so it's not unprecedented. What's the deal with the eggs again? I don't know. I mean, I really don't know. There's it seems like there's some traumatic event that Chris is repressing by hiding it behind a tree. I think that's the closest we can come to a definitive answer on the eggs. And the final egg room did not really provide a clear conclusion to that, which I imagine we'll just have to see the rest of the story to kind of fully understand it. Yeah, I mean, it's a little bit of like a false utopia thing. It didn't play into that as much as I thought it would. I thought Asgore was going to be like basically like brainwashed. And it's almost what I thought was going on for a second when he kicks Chris and Susie out of the Dark World. But it was a lot more like it's very explicit. Like no one's pretending. Even Flowery knows, like, he just wanted to give Asgore a glimpse at a perfect world, and he tries to sell it to him like it's a place he can stay in, but like even he knows that the flowers are just gonna die and that the world will have to close. So like, I don't know. It's interesting in terms of like I don't really feel like it's just an escapism thing as much as it is just like, you know, like who has the right to like make the Dark Worlds, and like I don't know. I need it's like need more time to think about it. I feel like imagine the whole egg thing is just a joke at the end. I mean, I kind of think we've seen the end. I think it's going to be recontextualized by the rest of the story, but like it's explicitly the last egg. Like I don't really know where else any egg-related thing would appear. I guess sometimes the Forgotten Man appears in the Light World for some reason, but I don't really know what else could be done with that. I wouldn't say it annoyed me. I think it was a little disappointing how vague Asgore was. I just think the writing, what bothers me more than the vague posting is just like the writing is weird. It's just really weirdly worded. He says like, I was consumed by my own self-hatred, one that turned your mother away. Like, what do you mean one self-hatred? Like just literally just the grammar of that conversation is really weird to me. Like I'm just trying to like, I don't know if I'm like stupid and reading it wrong. I don't know why he says one. I feel like the writing just feels a little sloppy, but it's not really I think it would have been cool if he name dropped Des, but I guess I'm not all that bothered. I think more like documents would have been nice. Like more document lore drops that would maybe kind of recontextualize the speech at the end would have been cool, but I don't know. I don't think Meat Factory is a place. I don't think it's that literal. I was turned evil by 2 self-hatreds. Yeah, like why? Like you don't need to. I guess like a self-hatred. I like if he had said a self-hatred, like that created a self-hatred or something like within me. I don't know. I don't know how you could have worded that to make it make sense, but the way it's worded is weird, and it like throws me off every time I'm watching that scene. I mean, I do think the argument is fair that, like, you know, he's talking to his child who was traumatized by the event, so it's like not detailing, not you know, accounting every detail. Like, I don't know. I get that angle of it too, but it's like, I don't know. Yeah, so the egg, I meant to bring that up earlier. Yeah, if you collect the egg before the trial, it says that the egg is evidence. You'll know what it's evidence for when you see it, which that's why I've come to that conclusion that, like, I don't think there will be anything explicitly with the Forgotten Man or the egg again. I think the egg will just, like, somehow we'll understand what the egg is from the way the story plays out. I think there's going to be a tree. There's going to be something that happens behind a tree, and we're going to find out what that is, probably. Dude, the whole Des, I already ranted about this on a different stream, I think. The whole casual players don't know who Des is thing, like, I just don't care. Like, I don't care. If you don't know who Des is, like, you're probably not having a conversation about Deltarune on the internet. So, like, that's your problem. Like, I just don't care. I don't know why we have to concern ourselves with, like, how obvious things are. It's like, if we're the ones reading into the story, then we have the information in the story. I don't think Forgotten Man is Gaster. I think he's a different character. I don't think we'll really know, like, I'm not really sure he's a real person, though. Like, I think the entire construct of the man behind the tree is just, like, a symbolic thing for, like, Chris's trauma. I don't really think we're gonna, like... I saw some theory that they thought there was gonna be, like, a Forgotten Man boss fight. I'm like, I just... That's not the vibe. That's not what the egg rooms are. A line does not concern him what self-Des ignores. Like, I'm not trying to be like, yeah. I know you're just joking, but it's like, I know it's not like an arrogance thing. It's just like, they're not in the conversation. Like, I don't think we need to, like, when I first played Undertale, I didn't immediately piece together that Asriel was Flowey. Okay, but then I replayed the game and I realized, oh, he is. So the people who don't know who Des is, like, they'll figure it out. It just doesn't matter. It just literally doesn't matter. It contributes nothing to the discussion of the game. I'm sorry if there's any Splatoon people here who don't know about Deltarune. I know I've said that a few times on different streams. I figure if, you know, there's enough people here sticking around, we're probably fine. I know there's a lot of overlap anyway, but yeah. There's less to talk about with Raiders, if I'm being honest. Like, I'm excited for Raiders to come out. I kind of voiced most of my thoughts I had on the Direct earlier. Like, I don't have much else to say until we just get more info, or just get the game. Oh yeah, I have heard that Chris eats the toast. Yeah, I mean, for sure the most confusing thing about Death Knight to me is, like, why does Carol why is Carol maybe working with the knight? If it is Des, like, they just seem like diametrically opposed characters. It's literally the, like, overly strict, overbearing mother character and the rebellious teenager character. Like, why would they be on the same side? That'd be really weird, especially when one of them turned into, like, basically a weird monster amalgamate freak thing. Not amalgamate, I don't know. I was trying to say monster without saying the word monster because that's just what people are in Deltarune. I don't think the knight's an amalgamate, but you know what I mean. You should hit the thing. There we go. Whoa. You, what? I didn't know you could just land on the bumper during that. Oh my god. Flowery has grown on me immensely. I kind of like... I talked to him a bit earlier, but I liked him at first because I like characters that are like intentionally like obnoxious and hateable. But then I kind of like that's my weird thing with Flowery is I liked him. I feel like a lot of people like hated him and thought he was annoying, and then they slowly became more and more endeared to him. I feel like I liked him when he was annoying. I actually became less interested in him when he became heroic, and then the more I thought about it, I'm like, wait, actually he's awesome. So I've had an interesting experience with my opinions on that character, but I like him a lot now. Your dad's my best friend. How do you like my Jorona? I keep thinking the CDs are the Bonanza music discs. They're pretty similar looking, I guess. Oh my god, oh my god, oh my... I really died to an arpeggio. Okay. Glue. I enjoyed both sides of it, so it was good the whole time. Yeah, my thing, I don't know, at the end... Like... I thought him going after the knight was just kind of dumb. Because I'm just like, oh, you're just like literally going to lose. Like in my mind, I'm just like, oh, he's just like arrogant and stupid, and like Ralsei is correct. But then like the more I thought about it, it's like he knew he was going to die the whole time. That's what he says right before that happens. Is he's like, we knew that flowers left in darkness would perish. Like they knew the world wouldn't last. They were just trying to make the most of it while they could. So I'm like, wait, actually him fighting the knight is like, you know, one less attempt to do something meaningful. And that's actually like really fucking cool. So I just like needed a moment to like actually think about what was happening there, I guess. Like my initial reaction was like, why are you trying to be cool? But then I'm like, actually, you're cool as fuck. You know, maybe you were right. We've been talking about that on the Discord. I'm not like opposed fully to the like trans Ralsei theory, but I don't really agree that it's like an actual direction the game is going. He calls everyone princess. Like I don't know why people are so hinged on the princess line. He literally refers to like the entire Fun Gang and Susie specifically, and maybe Chris once as princess. Like I don't think that means anything. I think he's just being like, it's just like an annoying like anime pretty boy character thing to do. I don't think he's calling Ralsei out for being a girl. I know there's other evidence for trans Ralsei, and like I kind of see the vision, but like I just don't think that's what the game is actually doing with him. Yeah, no, I think, I mean, determination, if he, you know, Toby was actually leaning into the soul traits. I know determination isn't actually a soul trait. That's always like a debate, but like, yeah, I think, yes, he embodies determination. I agree. Well, yeah, it's just because Ralsei doesn't know Ralsei's been hiding from Asgore the entire chapter, so he barely saw him. So he's like, oh, that person, they kind of look like my son. Like, I don't think that means anything personally. I mean, the pink and blue could be a trans thing. I feel like it could just as easily be a Chris thing, though. Like, because the other one is green and yellow, which is Chris's Light World colors. I don't know. Like, I get why people would have that reading. Wow. Okay, that was pathetic. Let the goat be a femboy. I mean, that's kind of where I am with it. Is like, I kind of think it's more interesting to have like a non-binary protagonist, a masculine female, and a effeminate male character. Like, I just think that's kind of fun. And I also think, like, I was thinking about it in terms of like a, you know, if it's going to parallel his, like, because, you know, I mean, the idea is like Ralsei, you know, is struggling with like his identity and trying to figure out who he is. But like, if you actually think about like him being a Darkner who wants to act like a Lightner or wants to be treated like a Lightner, like, I feel like it makes more sense for him to just be an effeminate male than to be trans, because he's not going to become a Lightner. Like, I just feel like if you're trying to have that kind of parallel his like character arc, like, I feel like it's, if I don't know, it's either like redundant or it's just kind of, it doesn't really align this. Like, I swear I like had a way to articulate this in my head before the stream because I thought this might come up, but I think it's more impactful for him to be confident in his identity as both a Darkner and a boy while being allowed to like the things he wants and do the things he wants to do than to, like, I don't know, because it's like, I could see the argument also for if he was transgender. I just don't, I don't know. I don't think it works as well. Yeah. Well, I mean, like, and Toby Fox games have representation. Like, I get that, like, you know, the ghost characters are like a trans allegory. It's like not entirely explicit, but it's like pretty obvious that's what they're supposed to be. And I do get the, you know, desire to have a like very explicitly trans like main character, and that's like a part of the story. Like, you know, I like that would be different. Like it would be maybe more meaningful for a lot of people, and like I get that angle of it too, but it's just, I just don't think it makes as much sense for what Ralsei's character is. Yeah, like I'm not shutting it down. Like I think, I'm not saying it's like objectively wrong. I just like, I don't really agree that that's probably what's happening. Yeah, I can't take that seriously, if I'm being honest. The like Ralsei transing his gender to break the prophecy, like, it could be played straight, but it just seems like funny to me. Like, I don't know. That doesn't feel like an actual like story beat that would happen. That's like Ralsei, we need to take this estrogen. We need to break the prophecy. Like, I don't know. I just can't. Like, that just doesn't feel serious. Like, I don't know. I can't see that being an actual angle the story takes. Just wondering how it'd be more impactful. I mean, I don't know. I mean, that's just my, like, perspective maybe, but like, I just feel like that's more, rather than Ralsei having to like become, because Ralsei is a Darkner. Like, I don't, like, that's, well, I don't know. I feel like it's weaker as a, like, allegory, because it's not like Ralsei can literally become a Lightner the way a trans person can, like, literally change their gender. Like, so I feel like kind of finding a way to be empowered within his existing identity makes more sense to me than, like, I don't know, it's still like, I mean, yeah, I don't know, because I don't want to, like, misconstrue what it means to be transgender either, because, like, I don't know, this is my perspective as, like, a cis male. I'm obviously not, like, experienced exactly in, like, knowing what that feels like, or, like, all the struggles people go through, but, like, I just feel like that makes more sense in my mind. Well, but if it doesn't, if it's not a part of his character arc, then, like, do people not want it to be a part of his character arc? I mean, maybe that's a whole different argument. Like, do people just want him to be trans and that? Like, I feel like he's a character whose entire thing is struggling with identity. I don't see how you make them transgender and that not matter to the character arc, though. Like, I just feel like, how would you tell the story in a way where that's not interwoven? Like, it doesn't have to be. Like, obviously a character can just be, you know, be trans, and that's, you know, just because they are, and it's, like, not, it doesn't have to always, like, make a statement or be a part of the story, but, like, I feel like with Ralsei, his entire thing is identity. Like, I don't think you could really do that and have it not matter to, like, the story. Also, then, yeah, I mean, if we are talking about the prophecy angle, in that case, then they wouldn't be a prince from the dark. I don't know, like, it would just matter. I feel like it's intrinsically tied to the plot and the character in a way that you couldn't make it not matter to the character arc. Well, I agree. I think Chris is more explicitly about gender identity, but that's why I almost feel like trans Ralsei would be kind of redundant. Like, they're exploring different aspects of identity. Susie is dealing with, like, you know, she had this built-up idea of who she had to be as this, like, tough bully, because she, you know, supposedly had, like, a bad home life and, like, always moved around and didn't have friends, and she's learning how to express herself and actually, you know, show the softer, kinder side of herself. And Chris is kind of, you know, struggling with autonomy and, you know, being their own person that isn't just, like, confined to existing, you know, pre-existing notions of what a person can be, and also the meta angle of being controlled by a player and dealing with, like, player versus player character. And then Ralsei is dealing with, like, how real he is, like, a Lightner versus Darkner. Like, I just feel like they already are exploring these things, and, like, I just don't know where the transgender thing fits into that. I just feel like they are already exploring identity in so many different ways that, like, I feel like having, you know, a separate character, I mean, like, I don't know, because, like, I want people to be, some people might want it to be more, like, in the forefront or explored more seriously, as opposed to something like, you know, like Mad Mew Mew or, like, Mettaton even, but, like, just from a pure, like, evidential standpoint and, like, thematically what the game has explored so far, I just don't see it happening. Yeah, if it's, I don't know, like, if it is worked in like a, I don't know, because, like, yeah, I don't have a problem with it being front and center, I just don't think it will be. Like, it's, I don't know, I don't want people to get, like, the wrong idea about, like, how I feel about this, but, like, I just don't see it happening from, like, a, like, writing standpoint and based on what we've seen so far of the character. Okay. I'm dead. I mean, people don't I don't know, like, I'm not, like, getting mad at anyone. I don't think, I haven't seen people, like, insisting it's canon. It is interesting that we saw Hat Ralsei again. I'm a little, like, confused what the Chapter 1 parallels were even entirely about. Because, like, obviously it was about, like, nostalgia, it was about, like, Undertale references. I don't know, like, why, does anyone have a good idea? I feel like I could be easily convinced of a reason, but does anyone have a good idea of why there's so much Chapter 1 parallel stuff? Hello, Lemon. I I mean, I don't have a problem with like AUs. I think it's like, I mean, people are mean. Like, sometimes people just suck, but I also think it's like how you present something. Like, I think people shut down AUs and theories because they don't realize, or like headcanons. Like, yeah, if you just like headcanon Transfer, I'll say like, I don't care. I'm just talking about like, if we're predicting the actual story that Toby Fox is trying to write. Like, it's a difference of like how the ideas are presented, and sometimes it can be confusing online. Someone tried to convince me Alphys was the knight. I mean, people just every theory you could have, Deltarune fans somehow make a story for it, which in a way is kind of cool. I do respect the vision sometimes. It's kind of how I feel about Rudy Knight. Is like, well, honestly, I don't know how much I respect the vision of Rudy Knight, but like I sort of see it. I sort of get like how that could be cool. I don't think it is remotely correct. I don't think there's any evidence for it, but you know, it's just people having fun. Yeah, I do think it was a little heavy-handed at times. Like, I think Ralsei being like, oh, remember when we got a ribbon from a box? Oh, remember this puzzle? It's like, yeah, you reused that puzzle in chapter 3, so I do remember it, actually. Like, I don't know. I kind of... Small nitpick, but I didn't really love that. I do hope the mechanic... I'm really actually hopeful about the mechanic, by the way, in Raiders having, like, actual character. They're at least animated. They are actually animated. Like, we have seen substantial evidence of them, you know, being expressive. I made a tweet, like, compiling the clips from the direct. I'm really excited to see that. I don't know if they'll have, like, dialogue or lore, but at least they'll move in the cutscenes, unlike Neo 3. I believe in Rudy Knight, but it's kind of weird how unimportant of a character he is. I mean, I think he's a plot device to make Noelle sad and maybe to make a Dark World in Chapter 6. And I don't think he really needs to be more than that. I don't know. Do you think the lake just leads to a Dark World or something else? I think something else. I mean, I don't know how... Like, unless they're literally clipping through the floor into, like, the shelter Dark World, I'm not sure how the lake would lead to a Dark World. Yeah, the Slosher idol animation and everything is so good. Toby writes kind of how we think Ian Flynn writes. I'm not deep enough in the Sonic minds. Oh, that Sonic animation thing that they teased looks, like, really cool, by the way. I don't know how many of you guys here saw that. Something memories, the 35th anniversary animation. I'm very excited to see that. I mean, toilet theory is just kind of the stuff I complained about the depths earlier. Like, I don't think it's literally physically just a layer of darkness underneath the town. I think it is... I mean, there is a shelter Dark World under the town, but that's not the depths, so that's not toilet theory. Yeah, I will say... Okay, we started to get a little bit in Splatoon. I might be taking it right back to, Deltarune. The idea of, like, hometown being all there is, and there just being nothing beyond it, I wasn't really compelled by that pre-Chapter 5, but after the weird route, and the fact that, like... It's the detail specifically of them saying, like, oh, the Ferris wheel only went halfway up, so we couldn't see over the trees. And Noelle saying, let's go somewhere no one's ever been before, the other side of the lake. Like, I know this is a small town, but, like, what do you mean no one's ever been to the other side of the lake? Like, I kind of am actually really compelled by this idea that hometown is basically like a simulation, or something. It's like I don't want it to be in the sense that like it isn't real, so that like the story doesn't have like impact, but like the idea of like last Thursdayism, like everyone's memories were fake. The entire universe just literally started. Deltarune literally starts on a Thursday. Yeah, no internet. No mail either, because Alvin specifically says up until recently we were receiving letters providing condolences about Gerson's death. Like, I don't think simulation is quite the right term, because it's like it's like a meta video game thing. Like it's kind of breaking like the canon. Like I think canonically it's not a simulation, but like Weird Route allows it to be seen that way, maybe. Like I don't know how to explain it exactly. But like yeah, like Asriel, the whole thing with Asriel, I almost feel like it's like, I do think we'll see Asriel, but I also think it's a thing of like, oh, he'll be home any day now. Oh, he'll be home soon. Oh, he'll be home soon. Like, everything just, I don't know. Like, I don't think this is something I'll necessarily hold on to going forward. But like at the current moment, at the current point in the story, I'm like really into this idea actually that it's like everything is just like fake. Yeah, like everyone just has like, I mean, like I think Des has to be real. I don't know. I like there are holes with it, which is why I can't like commit to it, because it's like there obviously is history, and like we're meant to believe that like the deaths and the night and everything happened like 7 years ago. But like I guess I'm less compelled by the time thing of like the universe starting last Thursday, but the physical boundaries of Hometown is something that's very compelling to me. I mean, especially just with the visuals of the Weird Route, like it literally feels like that's what's happening, is they're breaking out of reality. But yeah. Device theory is good. I mean, it's like, it's hard to even have like an opinion on like what device theory is, because it's like, it's basically just an analysis of the game, and most of the speculation is like just kind of correct. I know I watched the Andrew Cunningham stream, and he's, you know, friends with Molly Stars, who made Device Theory, and they were talking about how like the Rousey conversation in chapter 4 kind of doesn't exactly confirm Device Theory, because Rousey says it's like explicitly something to do with the Dark World, which kind of isn't what Device Theory is. Device Theory was that there's just like a Gaster controlled device layer, which included all of the menus in the Dark and Light World. So it's not super clear cut. I don't even know if it's clear cut in Toby Fox's mind, but I'm generally on board with that idea, yes. I'm assuming it's the Undertale date because it's either Asriel's birthday or Asgore and Toriel's wedding day. I don't think there's a canon reason for it being Undertale's release date other than everything in the chapter just being an Undertale reference. I mean, yeah, the side B thing implies that Deltarune is canonically like running on a disc. Like, I mean, yeah, that we literally saw a monitor like outside of the reality of the Light World. We saw a monitor supposedly like running Gaster's device, right? So like, yeah, I mean, I'm fully, that is my current belief is what's going on there pretty much. I mean, that's what I mean, though, is like Device Theory has never like not been confirmed. It's just been a reading of the game that has always made sense, and now it makes more sense. or it continues to make sense, at least. Like, it's, I don't know, it's hard to say like clear cut like Device Theory real, because it's just always been a reading of the game based on the current evidence in the game. I have no idea what that means about Sans going through worlds. I really don't know. Like, I don't think that has anything to do with Undertale's release date. But it has to do with something. I don't know why he wants the photo. I don't know. He clearly knows more than he lets on. He can teleport in Deltarune for some reason. I really don't know. I can't make sense of anything to do with Sans, really. Like, that's fully just like a wait until we have more information situation. It's also weird that he says it's like a souvenir for Papyrus. Like, why does Papyrus need a picture of 3 teenagers? Like, what? That's weird. I don't know. I don't know. Have you seen that theory about Papyrus not actually existing in Deltarune? I haven't seen a specific theory, but I mean, there's always been like the thing of why does Papyrus not know what the sun is at the end of Undertale? I don't know. I could believe that Papyrus doesn't exist. Otherwise, like, why has he just not existed for 5 chapters? Papyrus probably doesn't know them. I mean, Chris didn't know Sans at the start of chapter 1, though. They say Sans is new in town. That's also a weird thing. I forget if it's Weird Rat exclusive, but Susie says, like, when you interact with Sans' house, Susie's like, this house is new, right? I don't remember what was here before, though. So, like, it almost seems to imply that Sans has dimension hopped from somewhere else to Deltarune to Undertale. Like, that kind of seems to be the implication. At the very least, they are new to town. So Papyrus has never met Chris or Susie. So, I don't know. The classroom thing I don't think is really evidence of anything. Like, it's still an RPG town at the end of the day. It can't be fully realistic. Like, you know, there's only 9 students in the high school class, so, like, you know, at some point it's just a suspension of disbelief thing, but I don't know. And the next Tui Fox game is the place that Sans was before Deltarune. That thought, like, did cross my mind for a second, but I I don't think he would do that. I don't think he's that much of a mastermind. And also, I mean, I hope we get, like, actual closure to that in Deltarune. Because, I mean, that's kind of, it's just something I feel like people accepted we wouldn't ever get closure to, is, like, Sans just has this really weird cryptic dialogue during his genocide fight, where he talks about, like, monitoring timelines and being from another world. And you just can't really make heads or tails of that with the information in Undertale. But the fact that we have, you know, the place where it rained into the punch card back to back is like, it's going somewhere. I don't know where it's going, but it's going somewhere. Yeah, it'll be the Grandpa Semi game. Where you play as Baby Bones. Well, the police tape is actually another thing that leads me to the, like, the simulation. Simulation isn't the right term for it, but, like, the hometown being fake, or everything outside of hometown being fake. Because with the police tape, it explicitly says in chapter 5 that it's, like, new police tape. Someone put up a new police tape, but Asgore is fired, Undyne's in the shelter, and Nabstablook is directly next to the police tape with a gag about how they can't pick anything up because it phases through their hands. So who put the police tape there? It's a fake boundary. It's a fake border of the town. There's nothing beyond it. I don't know. That's my current thoughts. Cause, like, why would it get replaced? It doesn't make sense. Yeah, I definitely want them to be careful. I can't imagine the game not ending with some kind of meta nonsense just because it starts with some meta nonsense. Like, the start of the game is the Goner Maker. I feel like there's been all this weird discussion about, like, Gaster's not even going to show up or whatever. Guys, Gaster already shows up. He's the first character in the game. It plays another hymn and Gaster talks to you. Like, I think there's no way the game doesn't end with at least one more, like, you know, depths image background Gaster talking to you with a glowing voice sequence. 100%. I think that at some point that has to happen. I hope it's like intertwined with the Susie Hope Core saving the world stuff, in a way that makes sense. But like, I 100% think it's gonna happen. I do not think the sword route is a separate route from the weird route. I talked about that earlier. I don't like that theory. I think it's just, it overcomplicates and misconstrues things for no reason. Yeah, I mean, he said, "Are you looking for me?" And then, like, he's not gonna not appear after saying, "I've been looking for you." I mean, you know, the connection, you could argue the connection is already happening, like, us interfacing with Gaster is playing the game, but, like, I don't know. I'm still kind of iffy on him having a physical in-game appearance, but, like, I just think he's gonna talk to us more with the voice. Okay. I have to focus a little bit on this fight. I wonder if I'll finish a single run today. I think last time I tried this, I did not. Oh my god. I just need to, like, get myself into a safe position. Jeez, armor takes so long. I hope the default armor recovery time is shorter in Raiders. I think it is. I think we saw that in the footage already. I also hope you can't upgrade it as much as you can in Side Order, though, because I think it gets way too overpowered. I don't know why I'm doing this, like... Just shoot the faces, bro. I'm trying to do this some, like, smart tactical way, just, like, I just need to go. Okay, I'm dead. Maybe. Oh my god, okay. Yeah, I guess what... I mean, they were playing the first level, so I just assumed they were, like, you know, had early game stats, but it could have been upgraded. Yeah, I'm not too worried about length. I'm pretty confident the length will be okay. But it's a valid concern. Oh my god. This is my favorite boss in Side Order, actually. I mean, we haven't really seen anything of Raiders boss fights. I don't really know what to think of them yet. I'm not playing this like it's my favorite fight. I'm playing it very terribly and like I've never played it before. I don't... I just feel very underpowered right now. Obviously I'm doing it no hex, so I am underpowered, but I don't know, I'm just distracted by reading chat and stuff. Okay, just play the fight normally. I mean, I'm glad they're being tight-lipped about the boss fights, because most Splatoon campaigns spoil them. In the trailers and stuff. So... Dude... Okay. That's fine. I would call Season Samonids mini-bosses. Like... Again, the classification of Samonids is a little annoying because boss Samonids are like now the second weakest type of Samonid, so it's confusing when you're talking about boss fights, but I would call them mini-bosses in terms of like normal video game terms. I'm gonna run to the bathroom really quick. I'll be right back. All right, I'm back. Maybe if I play shooter, I can actually complete a run. Quick chat with Toby. You said Chapter 7 will take place in Cosmic's bathroom. I wonder if it is in the holiday house, if the bathroom... I guess the bathroom didn't come into play with the Dreamer house. I don't know why I'm seriously questioning that. It is crazy that we're like... Are there only 2 streams? If we don't count this stream, there's only 2 streams between now and Raiders, right? That's pretty crazy. Well, like nothing came into play with the Dreamer house. You're forgetting about Serious Trashy, the trash can. The most important character. The most thought-provocable person. I don't know. I like to read things earnestly and take them into consideration. Unless they're lame Deltarune theories. I do like how that's explained in Chapter 3, though, is like, the rest of the Dark World did exist, but then Tenna's influence was just so strong that it kind of overpowered everything. I think that's interesting. I don't know, I think it's cool how Chapter 1 is so literal with the placement of everything, but I do kind of like the more, like symbolic, or like, you know, I like when meaning is expressed through the design of the Dark World in a way that can be applied to, like, the characters and stuff. Awesome. Love when that happens. I hope Raiders music... Raiders music is still something I'm, like, a little iffy on. The Shiver song sounded really good, or, like, whatever, you know, in the story teaser at the end of the direct. That part sounded really good. And I like the, like, hideout ship... I like the hideout ship in the deep cut music. And, like, the map theme was pretty good, but, like... I don't know. I hope the Salmonid music, like, does something... A lot of the battle music we've heard so far just sounds sort of like, you know, normal Salmon Run type music, and, like, you know, I hope it has, like, a little more of its own identity outside of that. Yeah, they can kind of just be whatever, you know, the story needs them to be, which is nice in terms of the Dark Worlds. Yeah, I don't think it'll all just be... I don't know, I feel like we haven't heard, like, a... the map screen and the customization music are my favorite songs in the game we've heard so far. But the actual, like, gameplay music is, like... It's either been kind of, like, goofy, like, Scrimblow hero mode music, which, like, I kind of didn't love the way that one sounded, or, like... Or Salmonid, you know, Salmon Run sounding music. Whoa. The guy, like, flew towards the screen like it was, like, a 3D glasses movie. But yeah, it's either kind of generic sounding hero mode music, Salmon Run sounding music, or, like, the one level they showed in the first treehouse was just kind of, like, very, like, kind of basic, almost like atmospheric music that, like, picked up when you got into combat, but it wasn't anything, like, really that interesting or melodic. Deep Cut definitely has the weakest... I wouldn't say definitely. I mean, that is my opinion about Deep Cut's music, but, like... when Deep Cut music hits, it hits. And it only got better, I'd say, like, throughout the games. Like, I think their weakest tracks were, like, the launch Splatoon 3 tracks. And then they had a lot of bangers after that, so... I have faith that they've kind of figured out the style. music people are too mean to them. I feel like most of the music nerds like are like Deep Cut. I don't know. I haven't heard. I thought it was like the casual Splatoon veteran opinion to diss on Deep Cut music, which is I'm including myself in that group, but I didn't think that was like a common consensus. Why are these guys tentacles when everyone else is a fish? I literally never thought about that until someone brought it up earlier. Yeah, I mean, what's cool about Raiders is it will hopefully like allow them to kind of explore like a different range of like moods with Deep Cut's music, because you know the idols normally get like a news theme, Splatfest battle themes, and then story mode themes, which like, you know, in terms of like the energy and vibe is kind of interchangeable with the battle music. I mean, not quite, like obviously like, Nasty Majesty and Shark Bites I feel like obviously are way more fitting in a single player setting. But like Smeared Canvas, in my opinion, especially the other one, actually, I literally always forget the name. Or no, it is Smeared Canvas. Smeared Canvas just sounds like a Splatfest song to me. So like, the point is, in Raiders, you know, we've actually already heard, in like the very first reveal trailer, there was like a more chill Deep Cut song for like a cutscene, and maybe we'll get like emotional Deep Cut songs for like certain story moments. We're obviously going to get a credits theme that will probably go hard. So I'm excited to see, you know, they'll expand the breadth of Deep Cut music, which is exciting. Yeah, Surprise and Shine, I think, is like, it's like maybe my least favorite Deep Cut song, honestly. Fins in the Air is also a contender for their worst one, but I don't know. Surprise and Shine just does nothing for me. It just like sounds like noise, honestly. I really don't like it as a boss theme. I mean, yeah, Shark Bites also played in battles in Splatoon 2 Final Fest, but like that's, I don't know, I don't think that's the original intention of the song. Maybe they kind of had it in mind. They're getting hypnotized because they lost the Splatfest, true. At least, they're gonna get more than 3. I mean, we already know they have, like, the cutscene song, whatever Shiver's song was in the story teaser, and there's gonna be a credits theme. So, 3 are guaranteed, I would say. And I imagine... I don't know. I mean, I do really hope there's, like a little bit more story. A little bit more story than usual. We are getting more lore than usual, by the way. I don't think I mentioned that on stream yet. There's at least 40 Sunken Scrolls, and we also get weapon logs and Salmonid Field Guide. So, there's a good amount of lore in the game. Also, all the relics, obviously, the Salmonid relics. So if there's that much lore, maybe we can also get more cutscenes. Maybe we can get a few more cutscenes, more than like 2. That would be cool. At the very least, I am really glad the cutscenes we've seen look like, you know, obviously the Shiver one like looks really, really good, but the one that kind of stands out to me more at the moment is the boss cutscene. There's a different. We've seen 2 boss cutscenes. The one in the release date reveal trailer was just like the boss, but the one in the direct, you actually see the mechanic like reacting to the boss and like jumping away. And it's like, you know, it's a little thing, but the you know, I've said this before in like videos, but the protagonist actually being a part of the cutscene like makes such a difference, I feel like, for like their presence in the story. So I'm excited that the boss cutscenes actually have that going on. Oh, I thought my armor, did I have an extra layer of armor? Oh, oops. Do you think we've already heard Splatoon Raiders music from Deep Cut in Splatoon 3? I mean, I hope not. That would just mean them reusing songs. That'd be kind of lame. I mean, their motif is used. The Deep Cut's theme leitmotif is used in Raiders, but that's a different, you know, it's a new composition. What do you mean villain is probably Little Judd? People... I don't know where people get this conclusion with Little Judd. People said that about Splatoon 3. I would not say probably. I don't think we can be remotely confident about the villain of Splatoon Raiders. And it's like probably, I would say almost definitely not Little Judd. Yeah, like even if you think Little Judd is more than a joke character and they're building up to something, I don't, probably the villain of Raiders I think is a massive leap. I do not think that is the case. We are mostly talking about Splatoon now, yes. I can be derailed very easily, but currently we're on Splatoon. Fine, let's go Brella. I honestly prefer villains to be like, you know, an intelligent person with dialogue, but Raiders to me is looking like it's just gonna be like a giant evil fish, to be honest. Like, I think, not that the Salmonids are all gonna be evil, but I think the final boss is gonna be like just a giant kind of monster, is what I'm expecting, honestly. What gadgets are you interested in the most? The splashdown one, the horizontal splashdown thing, is definitely the most interesting to me, just because it's like having another like universal movement option that's also an attack sounds pretty awesome. The one that's literally a grapple hook with Zipcaster, that's actually exactly, it just kind of occurred to me, that's something I like explicitly asked for in my Hopes video from last year. is a grapple hook that works like Zipcaster, and that was one of them they showed in the trailer. So excited for that. Honestly, dude, thinking about a Zipcaster, but you don't have to, you know, you don't have a recall point. I guess Return of the Mammalians had that, but you know, on like actually interesting levels. Giant monster feels lame. Well, I think like it can be a separate thing from like Salmonid motivations. I was actually kind of thinking about like How to Train Your Dragon. Like I don't know like the specific names and like lore of stuff in that movie, but you know, there's the big dragon. There's the big dragon at the end, and it's like it's basically just a force of nature that they have to like, you know, stop and get away from, but the other dragons are treated as like companions and friends. So like, it could be something, yeah, the alpha. It could be something like that kind of, where there's just like a giant Leviathan Salmonid that's just kind of like the ultimate King Salmonid or something. And it's just kind of this like primal, you know, being, this primal force of nature, but that doesn't take away from the intelligence of the other Salmonids, maybe? I think it could be kind of cool. I don't know, like, I'd also just be fine with like an intelligent Salmonid. I just think that's less likely. Do. I feel like, I mean, they have to do something, right? They're... Splatoon stories obviously don't have like the best writing in the world, but like, I do feel like it'd be pretty underwhelming for the game to just end with like, okay, we got this much money, now we can leave. Like, I don't know, there has to be something. If there's not good writing, there will at least be hype moments and aura. And either way, I feel like that involves not literally just being on the islands. I mean, there's like something going on. There's some kind of like ancient, you know, civilization, or like, because there's like that door and there's the light, right? Like, it's not just It's not just about getting Splatsville out of debt. There's something else happening. It's really hard to say what it is at this point. Yeah, the song is meaningful somehow. Yeah, I mean, it's Nintendo, so like, they make spin-off games to explore different gameplay ideas and to make money and to attract new fans. I don't feel like their priority is necessarily to tell a new story or tell a more ambitious story. That's kind of just something that happens as a result of, you know, it being a spin-off, but, or you know, it being a full single-player game, but I hope it's the case either way. Thing you're most excited for about Raiders? I mean, I mentioned a couple times earlier the big explorable areas. They just very briefly mentioned in the direct, like, there are types of levels where there's like an open-ended area that you just have to explore and like mine crystals. And those have the potential to be really, really interesting and like immersive and have really cool gameplay. So I'm excited for those, and I'm excited for the cutscenes and the lore, I guess. It'd be nice to have a cooldown for raids? What do you mean? For helping other people? Or for getting help, there is a cooldown. They said that. Think I'm gonna suck at Raiders though? Yeah, I mean, that's why I'm kind of like iffy about playing on hard mode, because like I don't feel like I'm very good at side order, as evidenced by this stream. But I don't know. I mean, I'll see how it plays out. I do think like they're giving you a lot more options. Like, you know, you have cover fire from the exploration bot. You have lots of movement options. Like, that's my worry, is that it's just going to be too easy to get cornered and it's just going to feel annoying. But I think with all the options, it'll be okay. Yeah, I mean, worst case scenario, you know, you can always switch to easy mode. Just looks kind of annoying and unsatisfying. Yeah, like... Well, so I've been hearing mixed things. Does it increase enemy health or just enemy damage? Because if it's just enemy damage, that's one thing, but if it's health, I kind of don't want to do that. I don't really like how tanky the enemies are in side order already. So many play. Oh yeah, I mean, I'd say if you're trying to get better at the game, Octo Expansion is certainly one way to do it in single player. I think just damage. Tanky enemies that two-shot you. Yeah. In the direct, they specified damage, but then I felt like I heard other things other places. Well, I guess they literally show killing an enemy. It should just be... Okay, if it's just damage, I think I'll try. I don't know. I mean, like I said, you can change it whenever. I think I'll try on hard mode, and then if it's annoying, I'll switch off. Seems like it's not too much of a commitment either way, so it's fine. Yeah, well, I think... It said it's supposed to balance out based on the difficulty you choose, but yeah, it is a little... I don't have full faith that the multiplayer balancing will be, you know, perfect. I'm sure it will be kind of too easy or too hard at times, but... I don't know. I mean, I'm really, like... I'm mostly concerned with how the game plays in single player, and then, like, for casual replays, I want to play with friends. So I'm it's very secondary to me, but I hope it is good. Oh, that might be it. Like, playing on survivalist only increases enemy damage, but playing with multiple players increases enemy health. That would make sense. Okay, well, maybe that's fine then. Well, I mean, I think it's like, if you're in a group of friends and you all want to play on hard mode, then you just all choose hard mode. Like, I just don't think it's a big deal to change it. I don't think it's like you're locked into your difficulty. I think if you want to play hard mode single player and then you want to play normal mode multiplayer, you can just go in the options and switch it. Oh, hey, Dan. I just needed something that I could, like, do while yapping. It's just been a yapping stream. This side order is like my default thing because it's like Splatoon, but there aren't stakes because it's not multiplayer. I would just replay like Octo Expansion or something, honestly, but like, I don't know. This at least provides like technically quote unquote new experiences. Cool. Yeah, no, I mean the gameplay does look really in depth. Like I think the combat, the combat looks really good. I'm just worried that the game is only the combat. You know, that's kind of where I'm at right now. Like, I think the customization is great. I think the game looks really fun. I just hope there's variety and cool platforming and stuff. Yeah, you could probably find a way to make these things. I feel like these things are so based around the portals, though. I guess they don't have to be. I don't know. I mean, I would prefer just brand new enemy designs. I think the smoker is cool. The smoker is like something totally new. Because it's not toxic mist. It looks like it like puts a shield on the salmonids. Oh, I was trying to open my shield. Oh, I'm dead. Awesome. I said earlier, I'm happy the like oversized octopods are back as a salmonid. I think that's cool. I'm on team speed. Let me give myself one more life, just so there's maybe a single chance of us completing a run today. How many gadgets do you think there'll be per tank? I don't know. It's hard to... I think they've only shown off, like... They really only highlighted, like, the 3 for each, but then they just randomly threw in a few more at the end, like the grapple hook. So... I'm really not sure. Fest is funny because it's asking us our favorite build on the game we've never played, where everyone LARPs. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. They're like common archetypes, I feel like, across games in general, but yeah, it is kind of funny. Am I a fan of Rhythm Heaven at all? I've never played one, but I feel like I probably would like them. I don't know. I just genuinely have not tried them. Yeah, I'll just keep going for portal floors. Boom, boom, boom. Definitely recommend Groove. I forgot there was a demo. Yeah, maybe I could check out the demo. Oh, is it question mark rotation? I don't I don't like Salmon Run. I don't know. Salmon Run on stream never ends well. because I just lose a lot. Not that I'm doing great in side order, but it's like, you know, for a yapping stream, I just want to do something where like other people are not relying on me to pay attention. So I didn't want to do multiplayer. Yeah, it does seem a little expensive. Actually, I'm not sure. Is it 50 or 60? I remember when you could get like a 30, 40, or even cheaper like DS game. Oh, it's only 40. Okay, well, actually, that's reasonable then. I mean, that's the price of a DS game. Maybe if I need something to tide me over before Raiders, I guess. I still need to edit my Weird Route playthrough. It shouldn't take nearly as long as the main route one. And hopefully we'll not have all the rendering errors and my Wi-Fi dying. I didn't really talk about that. I mentioned a bit of it on Discord, but yeah. Dude, that Deltarune playthrough, I wanted... It took a long time. I wanted to edit it because the audio was, you know, I don't know. I wanted to spruce up the audio a little bit. I wanted to cut it down because it was originally a 9-hour recording. It's gonna be 9 hours to beat the chapter. And I managed to get it down to like, you know, just a little over 6 hours. So I'm glad I did that because I feel like I'm just not wasting people's time as much. But then like the render just like didn't want to work and my computer was being stupid. And then I finally got it to work and started uploading it while I went to work at my job. And then there was like a storm and the Wi-Fi died, so it didn't get uploaded. So it was just, the universe was actually conspiring against that video getting uploaded. I will get the Jamie Page DLC, yes. That comes out like soon, right? I don't know if I'll stream it, because it might just be sort of inconvenient timing, but I will probably play it. Yeah, there was just like a bunch of Unbeatable announcement stuff. They announced, a physical version of the game, which is funny timing with Sony. That's something. I don't know if we need to go into the whole discussion about it, because I imagine most people here are on the same page. But yeah, Sony killing physical games. That's kind of crazy. Well, apparently one of the last PlayStation games will be Unbeatable. For physical, at least. I did do Secret Boss and Egg Room, yeah. I didn't find them at first, so they're at the very end. I have timestamps for them, if you care. But yes. July 27th, okay, oh yeah. Probably still be busy with Raiders, but I'll get around to it. What are these emotes? Oh, that's an elbow bump. I honestly, dude, I swear I thought that emote was like... I thought it was two girls kissing. I don't know why. I thought it was a girl with pink hair and a girl with green hair kissing. And I'm like, why did you... It's an elbow bump. Okay, what... Why is there an emoji for that? I don't even... Who does that? How do you change motion controls? Go into the plaza, press X, and go to options. Yuri Brain... I mean, I don't... We were talking about Unbeatable, so I don't know. Maybe that's what led me there. I thought it was fish kissing. It does look like two duck girls kissing. I don't know if it's just like the YouTube... It's like the weird YouTube emote art style. I don't know. Oh, I got saturation. I'm like, why am I killing these instantly. My brain is not turned on until I drop out of the cage, so I like never even notice saturation or anything anymore. What is this? Person turquoise crowd cert. What? Oh. Okay. I don't know, man. What happens if you don't get any color chip? What do you mean? You have to select a chip to play the game. The floor is associated with the chip. And the closest to a no chip run you can do is using 8's palette. Yeah, I don't know if I'd call the pinging. I still don't know how to say that stupid boss name, dude. The ball, the bounder. I don't know if I'd call it that. Brutalism. I'm not like an expert. I don't know, man. I do think Side Order does like a washed out, frozen time aesthetic better than Alterna. I don't know if it's necessarily does Brutalism specifically better. I agree they look better though. So. Do 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 do. Yeah, I mean, Side Order's aesthetic is good for what it is. I do think it could have been more interesting with the concept art, obviously, and I'm kind of bored of it at this point. I don't know. I'm excited for Raiders at this point. I feel like I've said literally everything I can about these campaigns. I say that as if 2 weeks ago I wasn't still ranting about Return of the Mammalians, but my mindset is fully moved on to the future. We're a forward-looking YouTube channel at the moment. we're not getting lost in complaining about the same game for the millionth time. I'm so glad I do not have to experience Splatoon TikTok. I don't even want to know, man. I do think we'll get salmonid lore. I think whether or not they, like, properly address the morality in the way we want them to, like, we're going to get more salmonid information, for sure. So, I do think it'll be interesting. We're going to get the history of the Spiralite Islands, too, I'm sure. I mean, yeah, I do feel like Splatoon TikTok is, like, especially bad, though, from what I've seen, because it's, like, misinformation with Splatoon is so bad, because there's so few people who, like, actually care about the lore and stuff, so it's, like, literally just one person says something and everyone believes them. Because normally that's how correct information is spread around, is Rassicus says something and everyone believes them. And, but TikTok people are, like, you know, 10-year-olds who can't differentiate between, like, an actual source versus a person literally just saying something like that they pulled out of their ass. So it's, yeah, it's just everything is wrong. They're just living in a whole other universe. Yeah, yes, Pearl Electrocution is what I was thinking of, but that's not even the only example. And half lore misinformation, I would imagine that's bad as well. Whew. I don't know why I play this hack list. Like, I literally don't like the game hack list. I think I did this the last time I did this, where I just wanted to like talk on stream while doing something. And I just did this to make it more interesting, but I like deadass, like, I just have more fun when I play with hacks on, so I don't know why I'm doing this to myself. The Pearl Electrocution is just like, somebody said like, oh, in Japanese this says that Pearl was struck, or was it she was struck by lightning? No, it was just she was electrocuted. Pearl was electrocuted and it stunted her growth, and that's why she's short. And it was just completely made up, and that's not what it said at all. And then people believed it, and to this day people still believe it. It's not even a theory, it is just an incorrect piece of information presented as a fact. Raiders upgrade list? I would never even... I would not want to do that. I don't know. I think certain types of challenge runs are fun, but not ones that would just make enemies more tanky. I mean, Raiders is explicitly a game where, like, you have a level, and if you're not the appropriate level, you're under-leveled, and the game is probably just less fun. So, I feel like challenge runs, for the right kind of person, I'm sure they'd be fun. I mean, level 1 runs are like a thing, but it would not be for me. How did it break the wrong layer? Oh my god. People thought she couldn't sing? I mean, like, she sings in the game. What I don't think I ever heard anyone say that. She literally audibly and visibly sings. Like, people thought she was bad at singing, but like, I don't know. What is my... Yeah, I take that. Yeah, Fry being a vampire squid, I at least understand that one, because that's like easy enough to like believe if you don't think about it. But yeah. I mean, I wouldn't even say it's a cool idea, like, it's just wrong. Like, she's based on an eel. Like, all the traits anyone ascribed to a vampire squid look less like a vampire squid and more like an eel. Like, that's why she looks like that. Yeah, just because it looks cool doesn't mean it's right. But, like, literally, like, that's just wrong, though. I feel like I believed that one for a second, but then I like thought about it, and I'm like, okay, well, if you look at a vampire squid and you look at Fry, like, no, that's literally just obviously not what she's based on. Shiver is a vampire octopus. She has teeth. Hello, Baked Bread Bug. Welcome. I mean, forget the eyes. Vampire squids also have round ears, which look closer to Octoling ears, if anything. Well, they're not ears, but they're fins. They would be ears on a Splatoon creature, is why I said that. they have like round heads, which like, I mean, literally it might be a forehead thing, is because like they're like round, they have round mantles that look vaguely like in the shape of Fry's head, I guess, if you like squint. But like, yeah, I don't know. Oh my god. Dude, I was like, no, you know, I hate marching on Dante's, dude. Or no, those are the, what are they called? Lentos. The Lentos animation sucks. Like, it's so bad at communicating the hitbox of the attack. I actually really dislike that enemy. And I'm kind of sad that Salty Tongue seems to kind of just be those guys again. But the animation is better, so maybe they'll be less annoying. Do you think Raiders will add a lot of new fans? I think it will. I've seen a lot of people saying, like, I've never played a Splatoon game, but I'm interested in this one. 3 zones maps, dude, really? I think it will definitely expand the audience a bit. Yeah, a lot of people were kind of scared off by the online stuff. Mantle. Yes, the ultimate armor piece in Deltarune will be the squid mantle. Tether whale is interesting. I mean, Shiver's Showstopper is basically a giant death laser. It's just a shark instead of a laser. I don't know. I think the Tether one is interesting. I don't know. I mean, Tactical is like explicitly like the weird gimmicky weapons. Just typically not really my thing, but I do think some of them look cool. I mean, I'm going to try and give all of them a shot. I imagine the game will kind of encourage you to switch your ink tank. Like, you do want to level it up, but you know, there's a time and a place for the different ones, I'm sure. Side order ending is spiritually Undertale? Yes, I believe I made a tweet about this once. The color chip descriptions especially. I do wonder if there'll be any new main weapons. Like, it's cool that it seems like they have all the ones from multiplayer, but like, not having any new ones is a little unfortunate. The part where Overlord goes, no, you're supposed to obey me? I mean, he kind of does. Or it. I don't know. I just don't care. My whole thing with like, oh, Raiders means they're gonna do some kind of Splatoon 3 crossover content. I mean, they're doing the Splatfest. I don't think we're getting like more third kits or anything. I wouldn't complain if we did, I guess, but I honestly just don't care. I'm fully in Raiders mode. I will not be playing Splatoon 3. So I would not really care. Axe main weapon would have been cool. I mean, the Splatchit basically just attacks like a Decavitator Splatana. Like, it's not really a new weapon class. I mean, I don't know. I want Raiders to have its own identity too. Like, I wouldn't really want. I feel like the more Raiders stuff you put in Splatoon 3, the more the games just kind of blend together, which sort of defeats the point of the weapons all looking different. Oh my god. Where's the lesson? Am I stupid? There we go. No, not there we go. That's a lent. Oh my god. This completely lost where the portal was. Oh, the guy was like covering it. I don't know. I'm blind. Do you think I'm saying there's 100 plus weapons in Raiders' line? Yeah. I don't know. I mean, we don't know for sure yet. If it is literally just the multiplayer ones, I mean... It depends how the weapon modifiers work, because that's something they haven't really shown off in depth that much, is like... It is weird if you could modify a main weapon in Raiders with, like, the upgrades and basically just turn it into a different weapon in the same class. But... I don't know. I'm happy this is back, by the way. They showed off that the squid attack is in Raiders. It looks different, which makes sense because this is like the weird hologram side order visual. But I always thought this had potential, but it wasn't as useful as I wanted it to be. I think Splatoon 4 is 2028. I think they'll take their time with it because they have Raiders. They'll probably do like they'll honestly probably do a Smash Bros first, which will be like a big multiplayer Switch 2 game. Even if it is just like an Ultimate Deluxe, I definitely think that's happening. I hope it's not too penis music. Yeah, I mean, I was kind of saying that earlier. Not with that exact wording, but yeah, I hope the music is good. It is kind of something I'm iffy on so far. I mean, they just consistently always do Smash at the start of the console. Like, I think literally within the first 2 years of every single console there has been a Smash release. So... Like, I could still wait a bit longer for Smash, I just think realistically it's coming soon-ish. Yeah, I think Octoling's a lock as, like, an Echo Fighter, or whatever they decide to call it. Which is cool. I mean, there might be an Agent 8 skin. There probably would be, which would be pretty cool to see in Smash. I've thought a lot about how they would handle more Splatoon representation in Smash. Okay, we definitely talked about this recently on stream. I know for sure we recently had this conversation, but yeah. I would definitely be excited to see what they do with that. I mean, I don't know. It's not going to be Sakurai forever. I don't think Air Riders is as much of a limiting factor as people think. Because I just can't imagine it's always going to be Sakurai. I feel like he might be like a advisor, but I feel like they gotta get a new guy to direct it. I forgot you do that twice on floor 20. I mean, the thing with Octoling and Smash that's always confused me is how they would handle the ink colors. Because Inkling is specifically designed so that every skin has a different ink color, so that it's never an issue figuring out, you know, who's using whose ink. Whereas the Octolings typically use like purple / magenta ink. And especially if you wanted to have like an agent, like you could just make them all different promo kids, but I feel like it'd make more sense to have an Agent 8 skin and a Rival Octoling skin. In which case, you know, I don't know how you handle the ink colors. I've not seen this. I feel like I haven't fought this guy in floor 20 in like a long time. At least not on a hackless run where you like actually see these attacks. Glenn Fiddler Assist Trophy. I do want more Splatoon representation, because like Smash Ultimate is clearly all based on Splatoon 1 stuff, just because it was being developed at the same time as Splatoon 2. Like the only Splatoon 2 content really is the music. So yeah, it'd be cool to get like more idol assist trophies. Splatoon items, I feel like there's lots of potential for items and like casual Smash to be Splatoon inspired stuff. More maps for sure. I feel like having a multiplayer stage, a salmon run stage, and a single player stage makes a lot of sense. Like, I'm not trying to get too greedy, but just, you know, for how important Splatoon is as a Nintendo franchise and compared to what other series get, I feel like kind of highlighting the 3 pillars of Splatoon gameplay being PvP, salmon run, and single player makes a lot of sense. I wouldn't expect a salmonid fighter, but it'd be cool. Yeah, I feel like Agent 8 would be the default. Because the rival Octolings are pretty iconic, but I do feel like Agent 8 is probably more recognizable. Mechanic as the fighter would be cool. I wouldn't complain about that. Yeah, no, most of the remixes are kind of garbage. I definitely hope we would get better remixes. Ditto from Pokopia? I could see that, honestly. That could be a cool moveset. I don't care about Pokopia at all, but in the context of Smash, that could actually be kind of cool. I think Salmonid's, like, yeah, it would be, like, feasible. I just don't think they're popular enough. Like, the Inklings, the most iconic character from Salmon Run is the Inklings in Grizzco outfits killing the Salmonids. So, I just think the much easier way to represent them would be a stage. Like, you do spawning grounds as a stage and have, like, King Salmonids in the background, or maybe even as, like, stage hazards. I talked about this somewhere. I don't remember if it was a stream or, like, on Discord one time. I know I brought that up, that specific idea up before. Oh, don't take damage. I mean, why am I losing bonus? Koizuna would actually work like really well as a Smash boss. An item that would summon a boss Salmonid to attack other players? That could be kind of cool too. Would you rather have lore-filled Splatoon RPG or every game gets English art book at release? I mean, I don't really want Splatoon to be an RPG. Like, I want the story to be good, but I like the gameplay. That's always been my... Like, I've always been torn on that. I'd probably choose the art books, honestly. I think Octoling's Final Smash. I almost feel like just like a... I don't know what it would be. I don't feel like Princess Canon is like... I mean, if it was Agent 8 specifically, that would make sense, but like, it would be weird to see the other Octolings. I guess it's just like a Splatoon 2 thing. It was in like Final Fest. I don't know. Princess Canon feels weird to me for some reason. I feel like it wouldn't be that. I feel like it would just be like a... I want to say Splashdown. Oh, shoot. Oh, right. Okay, I have one more life. The current meta of trading supers makes Splat 3 essentially turn-based. That's what people were saying about Splatoon 2, I feel like. I don't know. I've not been following comp in a while. I know people haven't been like thrilled about the state of things, but I don't really know. I don't really know what's up. Oh my god, it didn't target the portal. I hate Killer Whale in this mode. It sucks. It targets anything but the thing you're actually trying to aim at. Can your armor? Okay, jeez. What do you mean? Arpeggios with bow is terrifying, dude. Oh my god. Get off of me. Jeez, dude. Sorry, I had to lock in for a second here. Oh my god. I hope that doesn't happen. I hope they get rid of that in Raiders. The thing where enemies just get flung on top of you and then instantly hit you and one-shot your armor. That pisses me off. That is like actually not fun. That is not fun. That's kind of not even what happened there that killed me, but man. Okay. Ooh, okay. Kraken as final smash? I don't know if that's fitting for 8. I feel like or Octoling. I feel like the squid one was way more iconic. You choose the most stressful game mode in the series for a talking stream? I mean, I certainly could have chosen more chill game modes. I wouldn't call this the most stressful. Salmon Run still stresses me out more than this. Yeah, there's no transformation smashes. I can almost honestly see being like a cutscene where just like Pearl and Marina Princess Cannon, but that'd be kind of lame. I don't like how many are just cutscenes. I get not doing the transformation ones where it like totally changes the like pace of the game and everyone just has to like look out for your final smash, but like I like Killer Whale and things like that are a bit more like interactive and unique and not just like dash forward and trigger a cutscene. Inkjet? In my mind, Splashdown is the most iconic Splatoon 2 special, but I don't know how well that works as a final smash. Maybe you feel like slowed everyone down when you used it, so you just had to like get close to them. I don't know. Sometimes the cutscene ones are good. I just think by the end, like every single DLC character was like, okay, I'm going to charge 20 feet forward, and if I hit you, it triggers a cutscene. And it's got kind of boring. Like, I love the Mega Man one, but that's like, there's at least a little more to that because you have to like aim the black hole. But yeah, I don't know, like King K. Rool's just being dashed forward feels kind of lame. I don't know. Did I say Auriful today? I don't think so. Was there anything better about Splatoon 2 multiplayer? The maps are Splatoon 3's biggest weakness, and I would say there were more quality maps in Splatoon 2. I personally think the like general weapon design and special design is way better in 3. There is debate among certain people, though. Like, competitively, most people agree Splatoon 3 is better, but casually, a lot of people like stuff about Splatoon 2. Yeah, I don't know if I necessarily prefer the slower pace. I prefer it in Splatoon 1. In Splatoon 2, the game was so passive by the end, where like everyone was just farming special and like not interacting, that I prefer Splatoon 3's aggressive playstyles over that. Like Splatoon 1 felt like a good balance of like you weren't constantly engaged in a battle, but you know, you still wanted to fight people. The Reef is one of the best maps in the series, yeah, for sure. Splatoon 2 gameplay is low-key so boring. It is, I think the late game is unfortunate. I do think it was really, like, actually genuinely good and fun for a while. Yeah, Splatoon 2, I mean, yeah, during Splatoon 2, everyone said, like, wow, the maps suck. I miss Splatoon 1 maps. It's not that Splatoon 2s were amazing, it's just that Splatoon 3s are especially bad. Well, no, Splatoon 1 isn't fast. Splatoon 1 is slow. Maybe I said it wrong, I don't know. Splatoon 1, I think, is the slowest, almost, of the 3 games. It's slower, but more interactive than Splatoon 2, I think. If that makes sense. Yeah, going back to Splatoon 2 sucks because the camera is terrible, though. That genuinely, like, I don't know how we dealt with that for 5 years. Like, literally aiming in Splatoon 2 feels the worst out of the 3 games. Which, thankfully, doesn't really bother me in single player. MPU did literally ruin everything. I feel like everyone saw it coming too. I mean, I remember specifically seeing that announcement about MPU. I'm like, oh, they brought back damage up, but now it's even more unbalanced? That sounds bad, and then it was bad, and it was terrible, and the meta sucks. Like, I still have no idea what the plan was with that decision. Splatoon 1 is more strategic? Kind of. It has more, like, playmaking potential for an individual player, because the specials are so strong. I feel like Splatoon 2 was honestly the most arguably strategic. It's just that the strategy wasn't fun. But the maps help a lot with strategy, which is why it feels weak in Splatoon 3. Before 3 came out, they specifically announced MPU was the only thing not returning. Yeah. I mean, it was just a terrible idea from day one. I really don't know what the plan was. I know some people have defended it. I know ProChar is like, oh, I like the idea of MPU, and I mean, you know, he's entitled to that opinion. I do not like the idea of MPU. I really think it was just flawed from the conception. It's kind of bad that 40% of the supers in Splat 3 are basic AoE explosions. I mean, I think there are too many specials in general, and I think a lot of them end up overlapping in their use cases. I don't know if I'm specifically bothered that they're explosions, but yeah. MPU is main power-up. It was a Splatoon 2 ability that had a different effect depending on your main weapon, which, again, is why I say from the conception it was just not balanced. The general idea is, like, you're buffing your main weapon, but you're sacrificing gear flexibility, because for it to be really effective on a lot of weapons, you had to stack a lot of it. But, like, sacrificing your gear build to make your weapon 2-shot instead of 3-shot, guess what? That's always worth it. There was no, like, thinking or strategy involved. It just meant for half the weapons in the game, you had to run MPU, and there was no freedom with your gear customization, and once you did that, your weapon was overpowered. So, like, it just sucked. I don't know what the plan was. Well, no, because all the like, just buff the weapon. I don't know. I mean, that's where my opinion differs from Chara's, I guess, is, like, sacrificing gear in any, like, setting that isn't competitive play, people don't have optimal gear builds. So, like, it's either broken or it does nothing, right? Like, I mean, people in solo queue have, like, you could spam MPU, but, like, that's boring. Like, it's not fun. I think having to turn your entire build into one ability to make your weapon usable in the meta is bad game design. Like, even if it's not damage up, like, if it was a good effect, that's bad, because then it just ruined gear flexibility, and that's lame. So, like, there was, I don't know. I just, to me, it sucks either way. Yeah, and the paint effects were also broken, and some weapons just got unfair treatment. Like, E-liter just got better damage and paint, and it also didn't even list both effects. That was the thing too, is it didn't even tell you every effect in the game. Like, people had to, like, just through testing or data mining find out what MPU even did, because they wouldn't ever list more than one effect, even though sometimes weapons had multiple effects. Let's all hop on Splatoon 2? No. Yeah, I mean, I used it too, because I played the game. Like, obviously, I used it. I didn't just, like, boycott it. I'm like, oh, I play Pro. I play Splattershot Pro. And if I run MPU, my Splattershot Pro 2-shots instead of 3-shotting, like, 99% of the time. Like, obviously, I'm going to use that if the game gives it to me. It's not fun. I don't like that I had to use that, but, like, that's just... Yeah, the special spam was just so bad. I kind of like just moving around in this room. I think I'll just do this for now. Oh no, yeah, Squid Beats is actually hard. I cannot play that game. Splatoon 2 anniversary stream. I did remember having a lot more fun on that than I expected. Because the game is fun when you're just not taking it seriously. It's just, I don't know. I still think the specials... There are things I like a lot about Splatoon 2, and there are certainly things I'm like nostalgic for and I miss. And it's fun to go back to every now and then. I just think as like the active multiplayer PvP game, it's basically dead forever. And I think that's, you know, no one's fault but Nintendo's, really. Got a copy of Splatoon 2 for insanely cheap and it's fun, but ranked being dead is so sad. Yeah. I mean, at least that means you get Octo Expansion for relatively cheap. But yeah, I mean, it is sad that it's dead. What new mechanics could they even add to multiplayer? I mean, I think 5v5 is a potential next step for the series. I think if you get rid of every special and replace them with a fully new selection, that changes the game a lot. Make actually good maps that are new. That's all Splatoons. I mean, I only... if we're talking PvP, I only bitch about Splatoon 2. I've never felt nearly as negative about Splatoon 3 as a lot of other people. It's really just the maps. And the maps are important and impactful in how they affect the game, and it's unfortunate, but like, I don't know. For me, it's exclusively a Splatoon 2 issue that I talk about it like this. When they confirmed the room that you like wasn't a platformer? I mean, that's what I was expecting. I mean, maybe platforming isn't exactly what you would describe that type of challenge, but I thought it would be a big man challenge, and instead it was like a boost challenge, but that's what I wanted it to be. that was fine. If anything, that's probably more interesting than the big man thing. Overall experience of 2 the whole time was better than 3, even if 3 ended and launched better. I don't know if I fully agree, but I understand that opinion. It is really hard for me to separate from my own nostalgia. I mean, I was just like, you know... I mean, Splatoon 2 is when the community expanded. Like, a lot of, like, yeah, I do have a lot of, like, sentimental feelings around Splatoon 2, and I get why other people do too. But, like... I also love Splatoon 3. I don't know. Was Splatoon 3 bad connection-wise, and did it improve? I honestly feel like it was about the same as Splatoon 2, if not better. There was a lot of stuff at launch. I just think at launch, there's just too many people in the game and the servers are stressed, so then a lot of people think the game has terrible connection, but like, if you actually play past the first month, it's really not that bad. I don't know. I think if you had decent Wi-Fi, then it was never that bad, but I don't know. I mean, my problem is still just that with 2, the decisions aren't interesting. Like, there's more strategy, but your strategy is, do I paint the floor and spam missiles, or do I paint the floor and spam Ray? Like, I don't know. And playing against missiles and Ray is terrible. My biggest community pet peeve is people want a Grandfest return. I agree. I think that's, like, you're completely missing the point of the event if you want a rerun of Grandfest. I think that's really weird. Sniper Canal is pretty cool. I love a lot of Splatoon 2 stages aesthetically. I don't love all of them gameplay-wise. But I did not like Albacore gameplay-wise. But it looked really cool. I kind of hope we just get fully new maps for Splatoon 4, though. I wouldn't be surprised if they bring back some, but mostly new maps at least would be nice. Yeah, Albacore, yeah, that was the problem, is like, if you were a charger, you could just reach across the entire map and there was nothing people could do. To be super, I don't know about super gimmicky, but yeah, more gimmicky than threes. Just having an actual theme, like gameplay wise, to commit to and to design like interesting gameplay around would be nice. So Shock playing 2 for the first time, I was like, oh my god, the walls are paintable. Yep. How we're gonna get Moray back? I don't know. I mean, it has the smash buff, but like, yeah, I don't know. I think in a perfect world we get all new maps, because the Splatoon series iterates too much. Like, we need a big new... Splatoon 4 has to be a big innovation for the series, and all new maps would help with that. Yeah, I love the lighting in this room. Entirely new area of the world with new characters. Yeah. I don't need to be like a... I pretty much agree. I would be okay if it was just like Calamari County and it was just like a little bit east of Inkopolis, so it wasn't like an entirely new like region, but yeah, something distinct from Inkopolis or Splatsville with definitely new idols or not idols, or just, you know, new characters that aren't even the same format. Are you enjoying the Raiders comic? It's fine. It's cute. It's like, you know, it's not, there's not much substance to it, but it's, yeah, I like it. I mean, I check it every day, so it's something to tide us over. It's nice. I read the scroll that was talking about, like, you know, how Splatsville is in debt after Grandfest, which basically provides Deep Cut's motivation for collecting money in the game. Which, you know, at least they have a motivation. Doesn't make it, you know, any less, like, questionable, I guess, in terms of stealing and selling artifacts, but... you know, I'm glad that it's not just them being greedy, I guess. I am kind of trying to stay away, like, I don't know. I want to I really do just want to be blind at this point, so I'm not like overanalyzing the direct and stuff. You think S4 will be $80? I thought $80 would be a one-time fluke with Mario Kart, but apparently Fire Emblem is 80, right? Did I make that up? If Fire Emblem is 80, then Splatoon probably will be. But 70 digital, probably. So Fire Emblem is physical. Yeah, I mean, a Fire Emblem. I think a Fire Emblem is like a secondary or even tertiary franchise, and if that's $80, then I feel like Splatoon is absolutely $80. Yeah, I'm surprised after Mario Kart and after tennis and everything that they're still trying to pull that, but I don't know. Raiders needs flowery in it. 80 plus online, true. Yeah, that's rough. It's not the cartridges that are expensive, it's just the component cost for like consoles and stuff, and they're trying to compensate, I think. I mean, games are more expensive to produce. It's not the carts, it's I mean, yeah, I know what you're saying, like physical versus digital sales, I guess. I don't know exactly how they factor that in, but it's just a weird time. It's a weird time for games because Sony is like, you know, trying to start off this digital only future, which sucks. And Nintendo has been a little bit weird about it for a while with making digital cheaper and game key cards and stuff, so I don't know. Yeah, I mean, at least they're not laying off all their employees, but it's still not great. I still don't think any game is worth $80. At least not like if we're talking comparatively, like the comparative value you get. Like, Mario Kart being 80 is still absurd. That game is like just not worth that much money. Better be having Holographic Fest in my living room if it's $80, yeah. Well, I think we should say lots of things and be very loud before 2028 so that they reverse the decision, to be honest. I don't know, I'm like, I don't buy Sony products, so like, I'm not invested in the sense of like, you know, I won't be able to buy their specific games digital, but it sets a bad precedent, and I'm worried about Nintendo, you know. I'm worried about them also dropping physical. Yeah, at least Raiders is cheap, that's true. Yeah, I mean, I like Mario Kart World, but it is worth $50, and nothing more than that. I mean, yeah, I think some of the best games I've ever played are like $10 and $15, but if you're going to sell a game at $80, that clearly suggests something about the perceived value of it, and I don't know what they perceived in Mario Kart World to make it cost $80. Okay, I had many things to say today, but I am running out, and we have been going for over 4 hours. Yeah, finally getting content for Mario Kart World is cool. I wouldn't call 8 more rallies a lot of DLC, to be honest with you, but it is nice to see. It's nice to have like a bit of a roadmap, kind of, for more stuff. It does feel like they could implement all of those in like a day, considering most of them are just existing routes in the game. I mean, a day is stretching it, obviously, but you know, I don't think it should take like a full year to get 8 rallies, but well, it's actually going to take like 2 years to finally get 8 more rallies. But I'm glad there's something. I'm glad there's some content. It's cool. Mario Kart has always been successful, pretty much, yeah. I mean, probably like Double Dash didn't sell as much just because it was on the GameCube, but relatively, yeah, Mario Kart's always been successful. I mean, I just think they could get away with it because it's Mario Kart and everyone's going to buy it, and also because they did the bundle, they could basically force people's hands and it's like, okay, well, you might as well just pay 500 to get Mario Kart as well instead of just paying 450 for the console. Like, I mean, I just think it was a tactic, which was, you know, anti-consumer. Like, I feel like it's pretty transparent why they did it. They just wanted money. I don't really feel like... I mean, it's not a stray aimed at Double Dash. The GameCube just sold worse than other consoles. Fine for 1580 feels like highway robbery, yeah. I completely fell off Tomodachi Life, if I'm being honest. I might go back to it eventually, but I kind of had my fill of it. It does get kind of repetitive after a while. It's enthralling gameplay. Think Rouse will discover estrogen. I mean, maybe. Problem with Tomodachi Life is I can never come up with anything funny. Yeah, I mean, it just reaches a point where it's like I've kind of added all the characters I care about. And like, the conversations just start, like, you know, when you hear the first line of a conversation and there's like 5 of that type of conversation, so you know what they all are and you've heard them before and you can just predict the rest of it, it kind of stops being funny. But it was fun. I mean, I got like a good, what did I get out of it? Like 50 hours? Because I spent forever customizing Mii's. 55 hours. Like, yeah, I'm happy with that. That's enough time for me in that game. Wait, can you be in the orb over there and hear the different vocals? I never tried this, I only went in the middle one. Is it like a different sound? I literally never tried going in that. I feel like I slightly heard a different sound, but I don't know if I'm like placeboing myself. I mean, this is the main one. Like, the one in the middle does the weird vocals, if you do this. And it sings short order. But I didn't know you could go in the other ones. It just loops, there's no condition. Should do a Zipcaster level? I mean, if we're getting to the point of the stream where I'm going back to Alterna, I should probably end the stream. You can killer whale a soaker block? I never knew that. Whoa. You hear that? I miss the not post-game version of this room. I wish you could ever return to it without restarting everything. Corn-plating side order? I mean... We're 20 days before the next Splatoon game. There's not much else to say about this one. My idle single-player Splatoon is usually Inner Agent 3. I do replay Octo Expansion a lot, genuinely. Or just like stand in Octo Valley. What's my favorite palette? I mean, probably either just dualies or shot, because that's mostly what I play in multiplayer. I do like the brush. I like hammer and side order. And stamper. I don't know. It's been so long since I actually, like, you know, played through them originally. The heavy kit is a sick joke compared to what we got in PvP. Because it's good or bad? Isn't the one in PvP really good? I thought heavy was good. It has good paint or something. Okay, I think I am officially out of things to say. It was a lot of yapping today. Thank you guys for joining me. I think I will go ahead and wrap things up. We're what, 3 weeks out from Raiders? I mean, I'm gonna stream it on Thursday, so we're less than that. Yeah. I mean, we're 19 days until the game comes out, and I will stream it on the 23rd. Whenever my copy arrives. So, not exactly sure what we're gonna do for the next few weeks. I guess the Splatfest is next week. Team Speed is probably what I'm going with. So I'll see you guys then. Deltarune playthrough finally got uploaded today. Check that out if you haven't already. Hopefully Weird Route playthrough will be up soon. And yeah, I will see you guys then. Thanks for watching. This has been Cosmic. Farewell.